I'd like to remind the speakers and indeed everyone here that this forum is being webcast. This means that your image and what you say will be broadcast live to the public and is also recorded. Please be mindful of what you say and avoid making statements that may defame or offend anyone. Council is not responsible for your actions. Please switch your mobile phones off or onto silent for the duration of the forum. I ask everyone here to remain seated while the forum is underway. Welcome to our community members that have joined us via webcast and in the public gallery for the 18th November 2025 Central Coast Council Public Forum. I now declare the public forum open at 6:01. We are holding this public forum today to hear from community members who have registered to speak on items before the council meeting tonight. I ask that the community members be listened to in silence and with respect. Where the speakers are commenting on a document proposed to be exhibited for community submissions, I remind you that you must also make your submissions once the exhibition opens. I will call each person to the lectern. I remind the community members registered to speak that your address to the council is being live streamed and recorded, and you will each have 3 minutes. Once your address to council has been concluded, please remain at the podium as council may ask some questions. I note the following people have requested to address council: Joy Cooper, Jake Cassar, Lisa Bellamy, Belinda Catalanic, Peter Spear, Joe Goff, Elliot Meadows Batogo, and Gary Blaske, sorry. So the first speaker is Joy Cooper, and Joy is speaking on item 3.2, the Environment and Planning Minutes of Recommendations, EPC 25/91, 2025-26 Policy for Asbestos Management, and she's speaking for. Thanks, Joy.
I stand here tonight to insist that a public health document be judged only by one measure: prevention. For me, this is personal. My own father died because of mesothelioma due to exposure in the workplace to asbestos. I know with crushing certainty that there is no safe level of exposure to these fibres. Because of weak, permissive policies of the past, the words like may were used instead of must. The sins of the past were perpetuated and lives were lost. The draft policy, asbestos policy, currently is a passive policy. Please, councillors, transform it into a proactive, mandatory commitment to public safety. The primary issue is the weak language. The draft uses may. Council may issue a clean-up notice. Council may notify Safe Work New South Wales. Tonight, I urge you to replace may with will or must. When contamination is found, issuing a clean-up notice must be mandatory, not optional. When illegal asbestos work is reported, immediate notification to Safe Work New South Wales will occur. This simple change transforms the document from a suggestion into a safety mandate backed by deterrent fines. A practical policy needs localised details such as clear links to waste disposal booking systems. Crucially, we must address hidden risks. We need a system, a permanent marker or a sticker in some way to identify asbestos-free properties for tradespeople and emergency services. Please mandate that all commercial properties maintain a current verifiable asbestos register and enforce penalties for non-compliance. Finally, I must talk about accountability on council land. For years, and I mean decades, asbestos has washed up on our beaches at Terrigal and the Haven, where children play, often unaware of the danger. This policy must specifically mention these known contamination sites and outline a clear, time-bound remediation plan. The community deserves a public goal for eliminating asbestos from all council properties, a goal including a relevant leadership performance review of directors and the general manager. The policy must aim for action, not just consideration. Mayor, Councillors, the choice is yours, to govern by mandatory commitment and risk perpetuating the sins of the past through indifference, or to lead and remove this insidious carcinogen from our homes and environment. Step up, please, and amend this draft document and make this the leading policy of the state. Don't let future generations ask why you chose may over must today. This is for my dad, Ken.
Thank you, Joy. Is any councillors got any questions for Joy? Any questions for Joy? Thank you. Thanks. Next speaker is Jake Cassar, speaking on 3.2, Environment and Planning Minutes and Recommendations, EPC 2587, Draft Central Coast Strategic Conversation Plan. And he's speaking against.
Hi everyone, how you going? Thanks for having me. This is my female friend's glasses, just by the way. This isn't my normal style. I broke my glasses on the way here, so forgive me for those. It's great to be back here. It's been a while. Unfortunately, with the situation that we're facing, and we have 3 minutes to do our bit for the future of the Central Coast. This amazing laid-back place where we grew up and where our children and grandchildren will grow up. A place where world-class surf beaches and heritage-listed forests, where we can see evidence of the original inhabitants carved in the ancient Hawkesbury sandstone and still drink the fresh water out of the creeks that lead into our amazing watercourses. With respect, councillors, it should just be a question of how much support or opposition do you have from the community on this, and act accordingly. The overwhelming majority of your community are calling on you to reject this for the following reasons and for more. It's not a conservation plan at all. We aren't falling for it. The official Oxford Dictionary definition of the term greenwashing is a dissemination of misleading or deceptive publicity by an organisation with the aim of presenting an environmentally responsible public image. That really says it all in one sentence. Saying this protects the environment is dishonest and misleading. It's like rounding up a bunch of people, executing half of them, then letting the rest go and accepting a humanitarian award for not executing everyone. In other words, there's no threat to the conservation lands at beautiful Kincumber next to the pub there, Carryong Sacred Lands, Summersby, amazing Nora Head, and all the other places, except for this very plan and those who are driving it and supporting it. 2, offsets don't protect the environment. Please note independent reviews of offsets by Professor Graham Samuel, AO, which is like an Order of Australia, Ken Henry, which are accepted at a state and federal government level. Both reviews and others clearly stated that the current legislation around offsets is quote unquote dysfunctional and that offsets are leading to environmental destruction, not conservation. So we aren't falling for that either. 3, I'm getting flooded with calls, emails and messages from very distressed locals, including members of our local Aboriginal community who attempted to read through the thousands of pages and were completely overwhelmed. Is that by design? I'm not sure. Councillors, let's reject this plan and come up with a new plan that the community can support and the community that supported all of you can get behind. Let's bring locals in on this with proper community consultation. Let's work together to lead the country in world-class sustainable development that sees our amazing environment as the centrepiece, not seen as an obstacle to progress. Everyone is aware that there's alternatives to wiping out our endangered wetlands and compromising our oyster and fishing industries. Once the right infrastructure is in place, there are opportunities to build up and not out, and to redevelop some of the massive already cleared land holdings owned by our local council and state government. In closing, we fully accept your oath of office or your affirmation and to act in the best interests of the community and the people of the Central Coast. We respectfully bind you to that oath. The community has well and truly spoken. The question is, who's going to act on our wishes? Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Jake, just any questions for Jake? Any questions? Thanks, Jake. Thank you. Lisa, Lisa Bellmate is speaking on 3.2 Environment and Planning Minutes and Recommendations 25 to 87 Draft Central Coast Strategic Conservation Plan, and she's also speaking against.
Thank you, Laurie. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I stand here as I'm
I'm with the Carry On Progress Association. I'm a wildlife rescuer and carer, and I'm a spokesperson for Coast Environmental Alliance Group. But I'm also a resident and a grandmother, and someone who has attended enough council meetings to know that sometimes it feels like the community's voice is not listened to. 7 councillors consistently vote to protect our social environmental values, while the same 8 seem prepared to support whatever makes things easier for developers, even when it erodes our way of life. I hope that it's truly different on this case. Because what's being called a strategic conservation plan is not conservation at all. And the community has not been told the full story. And I think you councillors, hopefully you know the facts now, but unfortunately you probably don't. And even our member for the Central Coast doesn't know the facts and has been putting on social media things that are lies about this plan. So I'll give you some facts. The plan is 3,000 pages long with 265 maps. It took 5 years to prepare, and yet the public were given 6 weeks to comment. Few residents even knows that the plan exists because the communication was appalling and inadequate. Traditional descendants were not consulted despite clear cultural and legal obligations to do so.
Could you please...
40% of the land assessed is not urban capable,
Lisa,
and yet this land...
Lisa, could you give Lisa some respect, please, and let
Oh,
her
I feel
speak?
respected. No, all good. Yeah, all good, thank you. 40% of the land assessed is what they call not urban capable, and yet that land receives no protection anyway. And the 60% of the land that is classed as urban capable is called that regardless of it already being conservation land. Much of it is already protected land. Anyway, and a lot of the land that is included in this plan was never even walked on or assessed or surveyed anyway. So the plan is supposed to use these things where they avoid first, mitigate second, and then offset. But the plan skips straight to offsets, which, as Jake said, is the weakest, and it actually accelerates the loss of our environment and our biodiversity. So it effectively is granting, this plan is effectively granting a 30-year licence to bulldoze bushland with 5-year reviews, which are far too slow to protect the species that weren't detected or poorly surveyed. The wildlife corridors are not corridors. And even the plan itself admits it's going to cause serious and irreversible impacts. It's not strategic, it's not conservation, it's clearing bushland dressed up as planning. But I don't want to just give you the facts. Like, hopefully you know the facts and so what you're voting on you know about, but I want to appeal to your humanity, councillors. This plan is going to destroy hundreds of millions of plants and uncountable birds, reptiles and mammals. When bushland is clear felled, these animals, this wildlife, don't simply move on. They die or they're injured. You know, like there is nowhere for them to go. And if they do survive and try to find somewhere else to live, they'll end up dying anyway or getting squashed on our roads.
Lisa, I've
still got more to say. I'll just finish up here. Also, I want to talk about how does this fit in with ecotourism destination of the Central Coast? And I also want you councillors, are you going to represent the community or not? This plan has brought together so many groups and residents of the Central Coast to say that we don't want it. It is fundamentally flawed, and I want you to know that one day when you look back and wonder what legacy have you left? How do you want to be remembered? I'm asking you on behalf of the people who love this place to stand with your community and to oppose the plan. Tell the state government that the Central Coast is not a resource to be mined and to be rushed through with questionable bloody housing targets. We're a community with precious bushland, unique wildlife and a way of life that's worth protecting. Don't sacrifice the future of the coast for short-term political convenience or developer profit. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Any questions for Lisa? No questions. Thanks, Lisa. Next speaker is Belinda Catalanic, speaking of 5.2, notice of motion, illegal campers, picnic point, and she's speaking for. Thanks.
Okay, guys, hear me out, all right? Don't hate on me just yet. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Belinda Kettleinick, and I am a third-generation business owner here on the coast. And it gives me no pleasure to come before you to displaced people, as I too have once been without a home, more than once actually. Now, I don't agree with all of Councillor Eaton's proposal, but I am thanking him for coming forward with something. And we're not just begging you to make that place a little more uncomfortable, but safer, but I'm also asking you to move them out of public facilities because we rely on tourism so highly. And we are sick of hearing this place has so much potential. I don't think we'll be back. It's such a shame. I'm sorry, I'm trying not to be emotional. I work as a beauty therapist, and most of my clientele is a mixed demographic who all live and work in the area. They all fear and are repulsed by what the area has become. And having already had people die at Picnic Point more than once, I'm asking you, what is it going to take? Unfortunately, for those who are truly down on their luck, it is being spoilt by the antisocial, drug-related, violent nature of the actions of most. Sorry. We're sick of hearing it, and you can see it in the media spray day after day on social media. We need council to find a long-term plan to move these people on so that the beautiful family-orientated facilities can be used in the way they were intended without fear of becoming victim to the dangerous and violent and threatening behaviour that the residents of Picnic Point have become known for. We have pleaded to all levels of government, law enforcement for assistance. And while it might just be to you, a car park full of rubbish and people sleeping rough, to us it is affecting our whole town socially and economically, and we are literally paying for it in our rates and in our pockets. The businesses there are going broke. There are now burnt out cars and caravans, dangerous dogs, amongst other animals living in complete filth with open fires during a fire ban, I might add. And even a log cabin and jetty made for them cut down trees that are growing along the foreshore. Sorry, I didn't realise I was going to be so nervous. And I ask you this, if this were my land or public lease, do you think I would be able to obtain public liability given all the trip hazards, electrical issues, and just general dangers there? Your own staff are scared to go clean the toilets. It is your responsibility to manage this land for us, the ratepayers, and I'm asking you to do just that. I would like to see council take more action by looking to other councils who have been successful. Sydney City Council has had success with this, working in with state government, and so has Brisbane, and even more locally Cessnock, who took a much more radical approach, but it has worked. Thank you for hearing me out. I know this is not my crowd, and I realise that I am coming here to ask for progress and development in a room full of people that are so proudly protecting the beautiful land around us. But this is a much more multi-level facet. However, we won't have a town if we don't do something now. So I'm asking you all to do something and create a safer environment for us all and get those facilities working for the tourists that we need to sustain that whole town. Otherwise, it's going to be a ghost town. Thanks, you.
Belinda. Thanks, Belinda. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you. Can I just ask you for some more detail on the successful examples that you say Sydney City Council have used?
She's asking for examples.
Sorry, do you want me to repeat, Marilyn?
I heard you, I just
Okay,
made sure that they could. So I'm pretty sure in 2017, Martin Place Camp had some success in moving that on. In 2020, there was a camp at the Queen Victoria building where officers removed them out of there. And in Enmore Park, I think they were moved into the inner west, striking a deal with state government. And I do honestly feel for you because I wish that we had a more proactive member for the town. And I realise he puts a lot more onus back on you guys. when it should be a multi-level approach.
I guess I was interested in those examples. Are they like-for-like examples? Because they don't sound like they are. So I'm like,
Could you
in terms-
clarify mindful?
No, like-for-like. So a picnic point, an example of picnic point. Is there an example from the Sydney City Council success that you?
I think we'd look more locally towards Cessnock. Cessnock is local to us. Cessnock is a Labor majority governed council. They gave out a issue to vacate, I think on the Friday, and then I think by the Monday, the police were able to intervene and move them on. We are not dealing with people that haven't had support offered to them. We've got a beautiful pastor of the church down there that has been offering support. We have multiple services that approach there every week. It is not something without support. It is terrible to see children sleeping in cars, and I think that we need to turn more pressure as well, but we do really need to sustain the area, because without the businesses, it's just terrible.
So just one final clarifying question. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The example you've just given at Cessnock, are you talking about an example at Cessnock that kind of mirrors what the example of Picnic Point
Yes.
is?
It was a dangerous situation that, unfortunately, it's not just mental health. There are literally people having strangers tap on their windows with an ice pipe in hand for homes that are paying major rates down there. You've got people busting off taps off the front of their houses. We've got boaties and people that are travelling from Sydney, generational families that come there every holidays. Just hear me out. They're not coming back. And I'm right up the top. I'm near Coles. I'm feeling it up there. I can't imagine how horrible it's hitting poor Tony at the boat shed in her pocket. She's actually physically been threatened. Her husband has been chased. And I realise this is a police issue as well, but we need to do something to move it on.
It was just those questions I wanted answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Belinda. Thank you. Thanks. Next speaker is Peter Spear, speaker on 5.2, notice of motion illegal campers, Picnic Point. He's also speaking for. Thanks, Peter.
My name is Peter Spear. I am not a public speaker, so I apologise for my delivery. I'm simply a local resident and a small business owner who cares deeply about the entrance and its future. I am in favour of this motion, and I urge Council to adopt a version of it so this problem can be removed immediately. Picnic Point and the surrounding public spaces have been badly misread and underestimated. The entrance relies on tourism and a vibrant, welcoming community to survive. Right now, it is not thriving, and the unchecked occupation of public land is contributing directly to its decline. This is no longer a political issue. It's a public health and safety issue, crippling this community and straining our first responders, with police being called out to Picnic Point almost daily, a death following a fight involving a dog, a caravan burnt out from a dispute, a burnt-out car reportedly connected to a drug-related incident, aggressive verbal abuse of passers-by leading to many 000 calls for help, a young girl so terrified that she wet herself after being yelled to get off their land. I ask councillors, why are these criminal actions being tolerated? Another example, the electrocution of a child. In the week of 29th September, a young girl was critically hospitalised after being electrocuted from illegal access to an Ausgrid high-voltage supply point. We understand that this was reconnected as Ausgrid was leaving the car park. This alone warrants evacuation. When children are nearly losing their lives due to, let's face it, continual illegal activity, I ask council members why you are supporting this way of life and to please remove these illegal campers before another innocent person loses their life. Christmas will become a flashpoint when long-term holidaymakers return at Christmas for family gatherings and barbecues. Many regulars who have been visited for over a decade, what will happen when they are told to get off the land? Today, by raising this issue before council, you share accountability for what will happen next. Another major safety incident is inevitable. We need these people removed and the land cleared immediately. I am too scared to take my granddaughter anywhere near the picnic point. It looks like a tip site that represents chaos and a war zone from aggressive and nasty natured humans that believe they own the land and no one has the right or the power to remove them or their open fires. Regardless of intent, individuals with unmanaged mental health issues, unsafe living setups, illegal power connections, and unpredictable behaviour pose a risk to the community. This represents an ongoing, foreseeable danger, and I am placing that danger on the record today. Finally, I'm speaking personally and on behalf of the petition and the many community members who demand immediate action to remove the illegal campus at Picnic Point. We ask councillors to vote with their conscience, not party alignment. This is not political. This is about welfare and safety to protect vulnerable people, including children among the illegal occupants, and the protection of innocent members of the public. Picnic Point and the surrounding amenities must be returned to lawful community use. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Any questions for Peter? Thanks, Peter. Next speaker is Joe Goff, speaking about 5.2, notice of motion, illegal campers, Picnic Point, and Joel is speaking against. Thanks, Joel.
Thank you. Thank you, firstly, to Belinda for her honesty and for her vulnerability as well. My name's Joel. I work in assertive outreach in the homelessness sector. I visit people who live all over the Central Coast that are homeless, in their cars, in their tents, sometimes under a tree or in the dirt. I'm also part of the Central Coast Homeless Action Group, or the CCHAG. We get together monthly to discuss challenges across the sector and try to help each other out when available. But my comments are my own, and I'm speaking of as a private citizen. But my job as a peer worker is to meet people where they are, to find out what they need, what their barriers are, to connect them to the right people who can help them and advocate on their behalf. And what I see on the ground is that resources are stretched extremely thin. They're across pretty much the entire sector. This leads to long wait times to get support, strict criteria for who qualifies for help, or just outright rejection due to capacity. For temporary accommodation, there are strict requirements that you have to follow or you won't be eligible for extension, and unfortunately most people struggle to meet them. For services that are able to help, often they have such large caseloads that they can't spend the time to be patient or to be flexible like these people need. There's currently a 12-year wait for social housing, and if you're lucky enough to be on the priority list, that wait is 18 months, still a very long time to be homeless. Most of our homeless community are facing multiple issues. Housing, obviously, but domestic violence, mental or physical health, financial, alcohol and drug dependency, technological issues, illiteracy, disability, to name a few. Housing is just one issue, but all of those others can become barriers for housing as well. So it's not so simple as to say that, well, our outreach is visiting you, so you have no excuse for being here. In the New South Wales, homelessness is not a crime, no matter how many times you call them illegal campers. If it is found that homeless people are breaking the law, then that would be a police matter, not a council matter. It is up to them to do their own investigation. It is not up to you to take things into your own hands. Thank you. Without wanting to sound like the English on the eve of the ashes, it's not within the spirit of the law. What kind of world are we living in when a guy recovering from knee surgery has to hobble up here and tell our elected officials that it is not okay to splash water onto homeless people, to blast loud music and shine flashlights on them while they are sleeping? What is wrong with you? We are not in high school anymore. I want to challenge you to realize that this is more complicated than what might appear on the surface. We need solutions that are humane and don't violate people's human rights. We can open up car parks and have them manned by security and social workers like they do in Newcastle. We could make the 5 council-owned caravan parks more accessible. We could turn some of the abandoned buildings and office spaces into boarding homes. You guys are our elected officials. We have voted for you to represent the people on the Central Coast. That means all of the people and not just a certain group. You need to find the will to resolve this issue and not just sweep it under the rug. Thank you.
Thanks, Joel. Any questions for Joel? Any questions for Joel? No. Thanks, Joel. And I just going to, no, none there. Thank you. I'd just like to suspend the public forum for a minute to officially open the council meeting because it's 6:30. It's okay, everyone. We'll continue with the two other speakers, but we have to open the council meeting at 6:30. Good evening, everyone. In the event of an emergency or fire, please remain calm and wait for the instructions from the CEO, council officers, or security guards. If we need to evacuate the building, council has 2 emergency muster points. Those are on the footpath of the Grand Hotel at the front of the building and the Frank Balance Park to rear of the building. In the event of a medical emergency, please alert council officers for the assistance. Yeah. Can I have a motion to open the council meeting? Councillor Walsh, second by Councillor Leaden, to suspend the standing orders here. Yeah, we've got Councillor Walsh and Councillor Reaton. All those in favour? Unanimous. And now we move back to the next speaker is Elliot. Would Elliot please come up? And Elliot is also speaking against the 5.2 notice of motion illegal campers picnic point. Thank you.
I am addressing the displacement of our unhoused neighbours. Our council should be seeking funding from the state government for public housing in tandem with community consultation. Instead of finding solutions that allow these people to live with dignity, Doug proposes to displace the most vulnerable amongst us who have already been displaced by this larger cost of living crisis. I have watched the streets fill over time with more and more coasties struggling to get by. As wages stagnate for the average worker, the price of rent and property has skyrocketed to unsustainable levels. The highest fortnightly pay for a totally disabled person is just under $1,400. How are they meant to afford a median weekly rent price of $650 for a home or $550 for a unit? The truth of the matter is, they cannot. Just like so many other coasties below the median income. Is it any surprise that those making less than the median pay are struggling, or in the worst cases, shunted out to the streets by their landlords? The most vulnerable amongst us, those the government has deemed unfit for work and totally, permanently disabled, are being made homeless by this state of affair. Despite this truth, rather than spending our tax dollars to address this rampantly growing homeless epidemic with public housing, Doug is proposing we deter these people from existing in places where we notice their presence. Out of sight, out of mind, to be forgotten. With the price of rent ever growing, more and more coasties are slipping further towards homelessness. I finish my refutation of this abhorrent, callous motion by asking the following questions directly to Doug. The homeless encampment set up under the car park on 1 Baker Street, Gosford. Where did they go? Can you account for each of these residents? Where are they now? I noticed that after they all simultaneously, mysteriously disappeared from this public place, the government immediately built anti-homeless architecture. Big metal pillars were installed where they were sleeping. I want a clear answer. Through what legal method were these people removed? The sudden disappearance wouldn't have anything to do with the new swanky, expensive apartment block that has just been built next door. We need public housing, not rich apartments. We need a council who are willing to take care of Central Coast residents, not push them out to Picnic Point and then push them further into the fringes of society. We need public housing for all coasties.
Thanks, Elliot. Any questions for Elliot? No, thank you. Next speaker, Gary. Would you like to come to lectern? Gary is speaking for Notice of Motion 5.4, Pollution and Health Risk from Ash Dams. Thanks, Gary.
Hi, councillors. My name's Gary Blasky. I'm a resident of Lake Munmora. I'm raising issues that most probably have not been raised in this council or is greatly misunderstood. The health of our community and the health of the potential new residents to our region, some proposed 80,000. Community groups have been raising the health issues generated by toxic air pollution from PM 2.5 and PM 10 particles, from the 60 million tonnes of coal ash stored, blowing and leaching into and over our suburbs from Vales Point and Araring power stations for several decades. I stood before the Legislative Council Public Works inquiry into coal ash in 2021, where Daniel Mookie, MLC, our current Treasurer and then Chairperson, was scathing of the New South Wales EPA, New South Wales Health, and his committee quoted their disappointment to community concerns about the potential link between the circulation of additional metals in the air and the waterways. They went on to state, this response, in conjunction with the lack of research conducted to date on this matter, demonstrates a complete disregard by the government towards the health of its citizens. This is a government inquiry. I and the group in which I represent, Future Sooner, has had a visit from the United Nations Toxics and Human Rights experts at a public meeting in Chain Valley Bay in 2023. That report went to the United Nations and was tabled. We have conducted a citizens' inquiry and put out a full report on the findings, Untold Stories, in 2024. We have held a public meeting with Tony Chappell, the CEO of the New South Wales EPA, along with many EPA directors. We have met with the New South Wales Health Minister, Environment Minister, and Minister for Planning. We have met with all Labor, federal and state members on the Central Coast on this issue. We meet regularly with the Central Coast and Hunter New England public health units, and now we speak to you as our representatives, our councillors. We have conducted ghost swipes on homes from Dora Creek to Mannering Park and Lake Munmora. The results were lead 28 times greater than the controlled comparison swipes in Sydney, 28 times greater. Chromium was 15 times greater, nickel was 12 times greater, selenium 6.5 times greater, arsenic 4 times greater, and mercury 1.6 times greater than the controlled swipe area. Residents on the coast have head and neck cancers reaching 102% above the Australian average. Oral cancers are at 87% above the Australian average. Mesothelioma is 83% above the Australian average. Liver at 73%, and asthma has actually reached 15.4% of the populations of most of the surrounding suburbs. We know there are 61,770 cubic metres of illegally dumped asbestos and 159,220 cubic metres of an unnamed general solid waste in Vales Point Ash Dam, and across the road we have an EPA significantly contaminated site leaching PFAS into the Tuggerah Lake system.
You'll have to kind of close up now.
Right.
No, you've had 4 minutes.
I'll just
Everybody
finish
else had
this.
3.
I belong to the New South Wales Coal Ash and Health Community Advisory Committee. We have not come out with the findings of the health impacts and the health risk assessment. There's also a GPM Munmora Community Consultation Group that has not completed their findings and their inquiries into the health issues. So it is actually up to this council to support and wait for those findings and then make decisions on whether or not we bulldoze bushland down, we build new houses or whatever. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions? No. I now declare the public forum closed and you are invited to... I now declare that the public forum is closed. You're invited to watch the webcast of the council meeting, which will commence in 5 minutes. A link to the webcast can be found on the council's website. So we'll just adjourn, councillors, we'll just adjourn for 5 minutes and to let the speakers out. So we've got 5 minutes before we open the council meeting back up. Sorry, it's closed. Councillors, thank you. The audience, thanks very much. Can I have a motion, a mover for to resume? Councillor McNamara, a seconder, Councillor Eaton. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Good evening, everyone. In the event I've done that one, I remind councillors and all that are in the chamber that your image and what you say may be broadcast live to the public, so please be mindful of your actions and your comments. You should avoid making statements that might defame or offend, and note that a recording of this meeting will be retained online and in Council's archives. Please turn your mobile phones off or switch to silent. Filming and photography are not permitted in the chamber. Anyone observed to be filming the meeting may be asked to leave. I would like to remind councillors to turn their microphones on before speaking and off again when no longer addressing council. Councillors who are joining via audio-visual link must ensure that their camera is turned on for the entirety of the meeting. I remind councillors that we have been elected to represent our community and are tasked with making decisions and solving problems. I encourage all councillors to please keep the debate robust but polite and respectful. The Code of Conduct defines behaviour standards and sets out a mechanism to respond to any contraventions. I now declare the meeting, we opened the meeting at 6:30, which is fine. A warm welcome to everyone in the gallery and those watching along at home tonight. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we live, work and play. We pay our respects to the Dark and Young country and elders past and present. We recognise the continued connection to these lands and waterways and extend this acknowledgement to the homelands and stories of those who are also call this place home. We recognise our future leaders and the shared responsibility to care and protect for our place and people.
I am Dark and Young and I am offended that you talk about Dark and Young.
So, could you please show some respect, please? Thank you.
Showing respect, maybe you should show respect to the true custodians of this land, not a land council.
Any apologies for they cannot be at the council meeting tonight? Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Crowley is unwell and seeks a leave of absence. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, apologies been accepted and leave of absence. Oh, it needs, can I have a motion that, yep. Councillor Neil, thank you, and second by Councillor Neil, put forward by Councillor Walsh. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Disclosures of interest. I will now ask each councillor to disclose any conflict of interest they might have in the items on tonight's agenda. Firstly, myself, I can confirm that I do not have any conflicts. Councillor Mullin.
Mr Mayor, I'll declare an interest on item 2.1, the monthly finance report, October 2025. For transparency, I know I'm a council appointed director at the Art House. I've received advice from staff that this does not create a pecuniary or non-pecuniary conflict of interest and has no private or personal interest as this. I am declaring that the interest as a matter of good probity advice, and I will stay in the room during discussions of this item, participate in the debate, and I'll be voting on the item.
Thank you. Councillor Daniels.
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Councillor McGregor.
No conflicts, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Castles.
Yes, similarly to Councillor Mooland, so I won't repeat everything that he just said, but I'm also declaring on 2.1 the monthly finance report. I am actually, because it concerns a matter about the Art House, and I'm a councillor appointed member of the Art House board, but I'm making this declaration purely in the interests of transparency. However, I am going to declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant, but I will remain in the chamber.
Thank you. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No known conflicts, thank you.
Councillor Neal.
Mr Mayor, I'll be declaring a substantial interest in item 4.2, in that my spouse is a member of the governing body of the organisation that is negotiating with the council.
Thank
And I
you.
will be vacating the chamber for the period of the discussion and
Thank you.
vote.
Councillor Lamont.
Nothing to declare, thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Eaton.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I am declaring an insignificant conflict in the notice of motion 5.4, the pollution of ash dams, as my family owns a property that adjoins the ash dam at Mannering Park. I don't see any direct conflict whatsoever, but if a conflict arises, I will vacate the chamber. But if none arises, which is what I expect, then I'll stay in the chamber and vote on the matter.
Thank you. Councillor Stanton.
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Wright.
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Councillor McNamara.
Nothing to declare.
Councillor McQuaid.
No conflicts, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
And I could also note that I'm a council-appointed director on the Art House Board, similar situation to Councillor Muller and Councillor Castles. And should I point out, 2.1 relates to providing funds to repair the air conditioning at the Art House building. The company itself is a tenant of that building and does not own the air conditioning.
I just, for public record, would like to let the public know that the council will pay off the last part of the $150 million loan tomorrow, which is a great outcome for the coast, which was the money that was loaned when the club went into, the council went into financial crisis. Jared, as chair of the Councillor Wright, as chair of the Finance Committee, would you like to comment?
Happy to comment, but perhaps I can weave it into the monthly finance and monthly investment report when we get up to that stage.
Thank you. Confirmation of minutes. I now call for a mover for the motion and the seconder. Councillor Eaton, seconded by Councillor McNamara. Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, I will speak on this. I do have I did think it was a correction, but maybe it's just an alteration. On item 7.11, I declared I was absent for that item. It's not noted specifically for that item in the minutes, and I just spoke to the staff. It's noted an item above for 2 items, but I have requested that it be recorded immediately above 7.11 that I was absent for that item. It was a grants program and I chose to leave the chamber. But I will also just speak on this item. I note this, if I may, I note that the staff have put a part 2 there about a new management system, blah, blah, blah. But it doesn't absolve our processes from complying with the lawful resolution of council. So there is a lawful resolution of council, 623/25, that was unanimously passed, that indicated or required that the minutes of the previous council meeting and the minutes of committee meetings be included in the agenda, not in the attachments. That resolution still stands. I'm happy to seek advice through you to the CEO about implementing lawful resolutions of council, but I understand that that still stands and should be complied with.
If I look at the minute, there is a minute that effectively supersedes that on this agenda. I'm just trying to find it. Yeah.
Through the chair. Thank you, councillor. Yes, that was a lawful resolution of council. The recommendation on the paper seeks to supersede that resolution. The reason being twofold. So our understanding is that that resolution was enacted because of the difficulties in moving between the attachment and the report. Those difficulties have now been overcome, and it increased with the new system that we've rolled out. It is actually now more difficult to include it in the actual report, and it creates difficulties in creating the system. And so having resolved the original reason for the first motion, we're seeking to supersede that motion here.
Mr. Mayor, that's not my recollection of why that motion was put forward, and I believe I was the one that initially moved it. My reason was for transparency for our community, that the agenda should include the minutes that we're voting on. For example, in a later year when a community member or somebody seeks to go back and look at an agenda paper, there is no guarantee that the attachment will be easily obtainable. I know staff will tell me that yes, it will, but that's not necessarily the case when looking back at previous minutes from previous councils or previous agenda papers. So it wasn't about the technology, it was about transparency and ease of access for the community to view matters that are being considered at a council meeting, particularly in the future. So I would ask that that resolution still stands. It hasn't been rescinded. It isn't being superseded because that wasn't the reason for that motion in the first place. It was about transparency. So I don't believe the motion up on the screen fulfills the code of meeting practice in terms of a lawful resolution of council being implemented.
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Eaton moved it, and who was the seconder? Councillor McNamara. Yep, Councillor Eaton. Oh, sorry. Councillor Castles was.
Yeah, I just want to make the point that although I totally acknowledge what is in here about the new business management system, to my way of thinking, perhaps this is a little premature having this here, because most of us at the moment, in a sense, are doing a trial run with it and we're testing it out and seeing how it's working. And I'm not saying it's not going to work really well, and some things are already, I'm finding good to use. But do we think this is a bit premature to have this in here right now? That's just a question.
Through you, Chair. Look, that is a good question. We have purchased the new technology and implemented that technology, and we're under a contractual arrangement. So in that sense, although we're trialling and making tweaks to it, it is unlikely that the technology as a whole will change. Yeah. So, and I might just address, if it's okay, the commentary from Councillor Smith. I do understand what you're saying, and perhaps I didn't word my response very clearly initially. With the new technology, the attachments and the reports are integrated, and so they're not two separate documents now, so that does overcome both the movement between those two separate documents because they're better integrated, and also that transparency issue.
Councillor Eaton.
Yeah, I'll speak briefly to it, Mr. Mayor. I think I agree with the Director of Corporate Services. When you actually go to the website, and this is the same whether it's the external website or the internal document, the minutes are there. You just tap on them and they're there. So I think it's actually a better way of looking at them than if they're all in one huge document, which you can still do, of course, but I think it works fine the way it is, and I agree with the staff. There's a more efficient way of moving forward with it. If there is a rescission, if this is a variation to the original motion, I think more than 3 months has passed, and therefore it only needs one councillor to move it, and I've moved it.
I'll move an amendment, Mr. Mayor. I'll move what is up on the screen, if I have a seconder, please, that would retain the original resolution of council. And notwithstanding what Councillor Eaton and the Director have said, I note that software and packages change all the time. So it's fine to say that this works now and it will work forever, but obviously that's not true in all circumstances. Thank you.
Can I have a seconder for Councillor Smith? Councillor Neal?
I'm happy to, for the purpose of debate, to second the motion, but I just wanted to advise the director that despite the fact that we've had the rollout of the new system, and I'm sure eventually it will be brilliant, I'm actually accessing the documents through the public website because I was unable to access it through. In fact, the app that was loaded by IT onto my iPad would not work. I suspect for particular reasons regarding my other apps and other things rather than maybe a problem with the system, but I would prefer that we continue to have the minutes available until we've ironed out all those issues. And once that's occurred, then I think we can move on. But the system is not yet perfectly performing. And also we probably should have a little bit more training on how it works. I know you did give us a briefing 2 weeks ago, but it was a bit hard to sort of follow it when we didn't actually have it in front of us. So I think it would certainly be helpful for me and maybe for others.
Any other discussion? No? So Councillor Neal, you did second. Councillor Smith? Yeah. Councillor Eaton, will you accept the amendment? No? 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 So no accept. So we'll vote. All those in favour of Councillor Smith's amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor McKenna. And now the Councillor Eaton's motion. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? The original motion, the original...
And Councillor Smith's notation as to timing. So just that point about the timing of Councillor Smith leaving the motion, that's in the amendment, yeah, that needs to just go on.
So you had time?
Mr Mayor, I think the additional amendment from Councillor Smith is not included on the document, the screen.
Yeah, that's Councillor Eaton's motion. So which we're voting on now, so all those in favour again? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? And just all those against, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor, you... All right. Is a vote against? Carried. Councillor Eaton's. Item 1.7, items resolved by exception. Council intends to deal with multiple items on the business on the agenda together by the way of single resolution, except for items dealing with financial matters that councillors wish to speak on, the minutes of standing committee meetings and notice of motion, which will be dealt with separately. I'll now call the numbers and title of each item. I will now call the number and the title of each item that has not yet been starred by councillors. Those items only will be moved by exception. Item 4.4, Yamina Beach Public Toilet for endorsement. You want that dealt with? 4.5, facade improvement programme. 4.7, community support grant programme, September. 4.8, Chain Valley Colliery Community Funding Programme 2025. So item 4.4 will be discussed. Yeah, 4.5, 4.7, 4.8. Can I have a mover? Councillor Eaton, seconder, Councillor McNamara. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. And I'm putting up procedural motion. I know people are in the gallery today, are here for specific items. I don't want to keep those people waiting until the very end of the meeting, so I would now like to move a procedural motion to move forward item 3.2, Environment and Planning Committee minutes and recommendations, part EPC 25/87, and then the item 5.2, notice of motion, illegal campers, picnic point. All other items will be considered in their usual order. Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Neal. All those in favour?
Can I just see if we can add 5.5 in there as well, please? The one, because I know there's people up in the gallery that are interested in the seawall.
Sorry, Councillor Monk, could you say?
Can we include 5.5? Can we bring that forward as well, please?
I'm happy to accept that amendment.
Yeah, I'll add 5.5, yes, so bring the three items forward. So that was just show everybody in favour. Was that unanimous? Councillor Castles? Yeah, thank you. Councillor Stanton? Yeah. So unanimous, thank you. Yeah, I've got it. Item 3.2, Environment and Planning Committee minutes and recommendations, November 2025. Councillor Eaton is the chair. Councillor Eaton.
I'll just move the block motion of the matters that haven't been called separately.
Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Mooland.
So that I can say the ones that are separate, if that'll help, are the contributions plan, the conservation plan, and the report of DA statistics.
Can we just clarify that for the minute, Clerk? So that is en bloc with the exception of EPC 2586, which is the Central Coast Infrastructure Contribution Plan. Is that correct? I'm just trying to be clear to the Minute Clerk. So that's EPC 2586. That's EPC 2587. And are you talking about, just to be clear, EPC 2594?
Yes. And
we're clear on those three. Will be considered separately?
Sorry,
no?
Mr Mayor, I've now been asked for asbestos, so that'll be 2591.
Okay, so that's EPC 2591 is also pulled out. So that leaves anything? The Mangrove Mountain Advisory Committee?
Yes, and the wetlands, Davestown wetlands.
The fire inspection report.
And 96.
And the Davistown wetlands.
And 96, regulating use of picnic.
And yeah, the regulating use of picnic areas. So we're all clear? A minute, Clerk's clear?
Yeah. Councillor Eaton, was you going to speak on that? No? All those in favour? Councillor McGregor's in. Unanimous, thank you.
What? Oh. What?
Can I seek a mover for ECP 2586?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Yes,
Sorry, Councillor Castles.
that's fine. I have an amendment to that, which I did circulate to all councillors and also to Civic Support. It's, if Civic could perhaps pull that up for me, that would be good. It's to replace, delete item clause 5 and replace it with what's up on the board here, which is request the committee coordinator confirm a process to report expenditure and allocation by suburb on a quarterly basis with a review after 12 months to report on the effectiveness of the expenditure and allocation outcomes. So I'll move that amendment.
Councillor Castles was the initial mover, so just need a seconder. So seconded by Councillor Eaton.
Yeah, Councillor McGregor.
I'd like to amend 91. Are we discussing that now or just 86? Because if you're just doing 86, I'll wait.
No, we're just dealing with
if you're doing them holus bolus, then I would foreshadow.
86.
Yeah, just dealing with 86 at the moment.
Okay.
We're just working through each.
Yeah, we're just going to go through them. So that was Councillor Castles' second. Any other discussion? No. Councillor Castles.
Yeah, I'll just clarify a little bit for you. So basically, my clause 5 builds, say, a bit more tightness around what was already approved by or recommended by the committee. And the reason that I've done this is because I believe it's important to actually have, you know, a bit of a timeline around things. I have spoken to the director and I'm aware of, you know, some of the issues, but I'm happy to put forward this amendment. So I think it's useful and hopefully will help the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? No. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item is
87.
2587. Councillor Eaton.
Yes, I'll move the committee recommendation, although I'm aware, I think that one of my colleagues wants to make a minor amendment to it, which I'm happy to accept. Yep.
Could you put your buzzer off? All right, and Councillor Smith's got it.
I think
Are you seconding?
Councillor Wright.
Well, seconder gets first right of reply. I will second the motion providing that Councillor Eaton is agreeable to my amendment, which I did circulate with the staff. So do I need a seconder for that? No? Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Eaton. I think for me, it's been an issue that has received a lot of public scrutiny, and certainly when I think about my community in regard to the conservation plan, the development at Carrick Road Reserve is certainly something that continually comes up, and I understand that the community is fairly clear that they do not want to see that land developed, and particularly in regards to this conservation plan, they don't want to see this land marked as urban capable. I think it's fair to say the Speaker's made that fairly clear tonight. And I think when we had the public forum a few weeks ago as well, you know, I think over half of the speakers on the conservation plan spoke about the one plot of land which was Carrick Road Reserve in Kincumber. I mean, for me, I think I'm happy to wait for it comes on screen. That's not it either. It's not it.
So where are we at? What's going on? Why is 86 on the screen? Why is 86 on the screen?
It's awkward.
There we are. Yeah, yeah. So Joe's still got the call.
Is that okay, Councillor Wright?
No, that's the original motion. An ad break? I'll wait patiently, although I'm running out of time.
Oh, yeah, 3 minutes are up. Excellent, excellent. Can I move my amendment while we're waiting on the other amendment? Well, the other motion?
No. But you should possibly talk to it.
It doesn't matter if it's not on the screen, apparently.
Well, I'm happy to speak to it. Thank you, Councillor Smith. And I think because of the delay, I'm more than happy to stand up and firstly, thank you to Civic Support. I know they're working hard and it's a technology issue, so I don't blame them in the slightest. Councillors, we continually hear about this conservation plan in terms of doing what's right for our communities. And I know certainly in my community, in the Gosford East Ward, this is a development idea that is causing a lot of concern. It's been floated for many years. It's an idea that the developer behind it has floated in other locations in Davistown, and now it's made its way to Kincumber. And I'm happy to stand here and say that I don't support any development along Carrick Road Reserve. And in terms of this particular consultation, I don't support the idea of it being classed as urban capable. So I've listed the two sites under contention there. The first one is 1 Carrick Road, which relates to the front section that fronts of Oka Drive, and Lot 7 is the preceding lot behind it, which I believe has been marked as urban capable. And I want to make, in this amendment, council's position clear, should it be supported, that these two plots in land in particular should not be marked as urban capable. And I think there's two schools of thought you can go down on this. There's the environmental side and there's also the infrastructure and community side. Firstly, on the environmental side, I've heard from so many people in the community about the ecological factors here, and I think some of them are here tonight, Sue and Lisa Bellamy, who have spoken about some of the rare species that are there, some that are both endangered and vulnerable, as well as some of the broader ecological communities. I mean, for those who aren't aware, this site backs the Brisbane Water, it fronts Avoca Drive, it's in quite a unique position, and council also owns that front section of land. So I feel as though if we're saying that this land is urban capable, we're basically saying that council, the site they manage, owned by Crown Land, we're prepared to give that up, and my opinion is I don't believe we are. So the environmental side for me is clear, and that's one line of thinking. And if someone says, look, not too worried about the environmental factors, and you've also got the infrastructure factor. 26,000 cars go through that intersection each and every day on Avoca Drive. And having the sorts of developments that have been touted there, like supermarkets, one, will only add to congestion, and two, I believe, add very little value to the community. So in terms of there's existing infrastructure similar that's already there on that front, both in South Kincumber, in Kincumber and in Greenpoint. So I think we have to ask ourselves, even if we were to throw away the environmental factors as proposed in this state government plan, what about the infrastructure aspect? The state government themselves last week announced, alongside the federal government, that they want to hit the start button on the upgrades to Avoca Drive through Kincumber, making it 2 lanes through that section. I cannot imagine the logistical nightmare for the community if you were to widen that road at the same time that you're going to put a development on a key site at quite literally the key intersection that would be part of those plans. So with that in mind, I wouldn't support it being urban capable, and I'd urge my fellow councillors to do the same.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm moving an amendment and hoping that staff can put that up on the screen. If they could, please. Oh, right. So, yes, I will move that. That's up at the top, Mr Mayor. If I have a seconder, I'll speak to it, please.
Councillor Walsh, seconder. Thank you. Councillor Eaton.
No, not at all negative. Not at all negative.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Councillor Eaton. So I'm hoping my 3 minutes are starting now, Mr Mayor, and not a couple of minutes ago. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm putting this motion up. I will just go through it. So it acknowledges the work that staff have done in preparing a submission, but rather than listing many points of concern about this draft conservation plan and supporting it, it declines to support it. That's not a direct negative, Councillor Eaton. It just declines to support the draft strategic plan. I do want to thank, in particular, the community for their advocacy on this. This is not a conservation, it's a con, which is what the community have said and which the community have believed. And I think that is evident with the lack of real community consultation. 40 days for a document that is over 3,000 pages, over 200 maps, is not acceptable, it's not genuine, and it goes against what council, even though it's not council's document, what the state government claims to be about, which is authentic community consultation. This is a joke, and it should not be supported in any form. In terms of some of the detail of this plan. Offsetting has been shown to be ineffective and basically does not work in terms of conservation or biodiversity protection. I've left in some of the points from the original motion, but importantly, this council needs to continue our advocacy on behalf of the community. It was a joke that the minister agreed to a 3-day extension. That needs to be extended to the end of January, and there needs to be further work done with the community about this draft conservation plan, or con plan, let's just call it for what it is. It is disappointing that the state MPs have been completely ineffective in representing their community, have come out with weasel words about this draft plan, and I think council should be advocating that our state MPs stand up and advocate for the values and the priorities that our community see as important on the Central Coast. And importantly, certainly some of the people that have contacted me, and it's been a range of people from community people concerned to experts, to consultants that don't want to be named, to scientists. There is a deep concern that this draft document does not stand up legally, that it does not comply with the requirements of the New South Wales legislation, and most likely not with the federal legislation that is applicable. So I would be requesting that council seek independent legal advice from an expert in environmental law to provide some advice about the validity of this draft plan and the background work that is being used to justify it. I think it was highlighted today that there is mention of the Cumberland Conservation Plan. That has been shown to have failed. So those non-certified lands that the state government says are afforded greater protection, well, that hasn't worked. There are non-certified lands that are being trashed, as well as the certified lands in that Cumberland Plains document. It's great that Councillor Wright has stood up for a block of land in Kincumber on the basis of the environmental value of that land. A lot of these other parcels have similar or greater environmental value. It would be fantastic, Councillor Wright, if you actually backed this motion rather than the parochial bit in your backyard. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Who's got the buzzer on? Councillor McGregor.
In politics, there are those that laugh at the community and their views, and there are those that listen. I'm pleased to say that I'm one of those who listen rather than laugh at people when they raise serious issues with us. That has determined my view on this draft submission. Councillors, we have been inundated with contact from the community, both from the layperson and from the experts who have found fault with this process and have taken issue and concern to us with genuine belief. And I believe that as a democratically elected representative, it is my duty, as well as my due diligence, to act in line with community expectation and to oppose this draft submission. I take particular exception with the amendment from Councillor Wright that was put forward. While it's good to see that you care about urban land being capable or incapable in 2 parcels of land in Avoca, it is unfortunate to see that you are incapable of understanding that there are green and yellow bellfrogs that need to be kept alive across the entirety of the Central Coast, not to mention the other species and the other flora and fauna that are affected. The world is bigger than Avoca and Copacabana, and I encourage you to seek out the pleasurable experiences that can be found in Warnervale, Hamlin Terrace, Wedalba, and all the other superior suburbs to the superior people who live in the east. There's more to life than servicing rich folks, I can assure you of that, my friend. Councillors, it's pretty obvious what way this is going to go, but the long-term legacy of this policy and of this submission is yet to be seen. The impacts may be known for decades or indeed eternity. And councillors, it's important when you're discussing public policy and when you are advocating public policy and submissions on behalf of the council to state and federal government that we do actually get things right, that we take the time to get them done properly and that we don't just rush things because there's an artificial deadline. Don't be held to ransom. Stand up for yourself, stand up on your own 2 feet and advocate for the community rather than cave and buckle to the development lobby at every turn. And councillors, there's obviously the Smith Amendment as well, and, you know, it'd be nice if people voted for that, but we'll see what happens. The devil in the detail is going to be assessing this over time and seeing what genuine impact it has. There's a lot of commentary and a lot of pressure at the moment about speeding up assessments and, you know, ignoring the things that we all know that are the issues with housing supply. The issue with the housing market is that it has been an intentional objective of government policy for nearly 4 decades now to increase house prices, to use housing and, negative gearing policy as a way for people to hide tax and assets and to avoid paying their fair share for community infrastructure and assets. That's the problem. That's what needs to be addressed far more than introducing AI into the planning system. Structural economic changes are required to actually improve the development industry. The problem with things going to court and stuff like that, well, if developers put in stuff that complies with the legislation and the requirements, then it doesn't go to the Land Environment Court, does it? Regardless of the, issues that people have, because some people have a conscience or actually care about the environment and the land that we live on. It's our job to leave this place in a better place than when we stepped into it, and I fear that that is an attitude that is not held by the majority here tonight. Councillors, I urge you to vote against this submission and to take all action that you can in line with community expectation to represent our community in line with their wishes. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Walsh.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I also urge my fellow councillors to vote against this submission, and as a seconder of Councillor Smith's amendment, and keeping it probably more simple in terms of timing. As councillors, I don't believe we have had anywhere near enough time to really consider the submission in full light of the actual strategy. And I do note Councillor Wright's comments about Carrick Road and the Gosford East Ward, and I would encourage him to expand that thinking across the coast. I actually am pleased to hear his comments regarding the parcel of land at Carrick Road, but as I say, encourage him to expand that thinking across the coast because of what is at risk, and our coast is at risk. Our region is at risk. This strategy is deplorable. It's actually deplorable, and I think that it doesn't have to be that way. I think that we can negotiate a much more acceptable, certainly on the grounds of the environment and biodiversity, while also still supporting obviously the need for housing and resources here in our region, but I'm happy to go on the record in objecting to it, and really hope that fellow councillors will support Councillor Smith's amendment to, at the very least, provide us with extra time, but also highlighting the truly dreadful unresolved issue of offsetting. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. Any other discussion? No? Councillor Eaton.
Yes, I didn't get to speak to it at the beginning, but I'm happy to cover off on the right of reply. Mr Mayor, where do I start? It's interesting that earlier tonight we had great acknowledgement from all sides of the chamber and from the speakers about the plague of homelessness. We have a 1%. About the plague of homelessness. We've got a 1% vacancy rate in rental housing, which is why we've got homelessness. We've got a 1% vacancy rate in housing because we don't have enough housing.
Councillor Eaton, please stick to the
Mr
motion.
Mayor, I'm getting to it. Housing is what this plan is about. Under this plan, some 20,000 house lots will be able to be developed.
Please, could the gallery please be quiet? Thank you.
as somebody who does know something about economics, and I do have a degree in it, price is about demand and supply. If you increase supply, then prices usually fall. However said, this is not about economics. At the end of the day, this is about providing housing. If the environment was protected at all cost, none of us would be here. This council wouldn't be here. All of us live on houses that were once bushland. And it seems to me a bit rich for us to say, well, we're okay, we've got our house, and yes, bush was destroyed to make our house, but we're not going to let any of our younger generation have a house. Well, I don't think that's fair. Come directly to the issue, and remember this is a state government plan, and at the end of the day, we're just pawns to the state government. But at the end of the day, if this plan goes forward, there will be 4,000 hectares of land that cannot be developed, that won't be certified. 4,000 hectares against 1,000 hectares that will have houses on it. So at a 4-to-1 ratio, I don't think that's terribly
Please, can we please, excuse me, I'm going to need to ask the security to put you out if you don't show some respect. Thank you.
So I don't think that's an unfair ratio of housing to environmental purposes. Further, each house that is developed has a $9,000 odd environmental levy paid.
This is not about housing, it's a conservation strategy. Could you direct Councillor Eden to keep to the draft strategic conservation plan, please?
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Eaton, I'm agreeing with Councillor Smith. Can you?
Well, obviously Councillor Smith hasn't read it because that figure is in the plan. So the plan provides for a $9,000 odd environmental levy to be paid for each block that is developed. And there's also money paid per square metre on employment land. So if you add all this up, it's $400 million in round terms paid in environmental levies to be used for environmental purposes. And one of the things we all, I think, would agree upon, even Councillor Smith, is that we don't have enough money for environmental purposes. So just think what $400 million could do to improve our bushland.
Stand by back, Councillor.
We have got all this COS land, we've got national park land that cannot be maintained because there is not the money to maintain it. This suddenly gives you the money to maintain it. Councillor Smith, I don't interject when you talk to me. When you are talking, you cannot help yourself. I will, despite all the interruptions, I will finish. I think, on balance, this is not a perfect plan. What is a perfect plan in these days? Is it something that can be supported? I think on balance, and on balance I say, it can. It's not perfect. And the submission that is attached illustrates where it can be improved, and hopefully the government will take some notice of that. In my experience, saying no to government usually doesn't get you into the talking points and into the debate as whether you can make some changes. So that's the risk. If you go down the track of, we don't love it, we're going to throw it out, we won't get listened to, we'll go down. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton. All those in favour of Councillor Smith's amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Amendments lost. All those in favour of Councillor Eaton's motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. Councillor Eaton's motion is carried.
Mr Mayor, can I move a 3-minute adjournment at this time to allow the gallery to clear.
Say that again, sir.
3-minute adjournment to allow the gallery to clear.
Yeah, could I have a seconder? Councillor Stanton, all those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. Carried. There's a 3-minute adjournment for any of the gallery. just going to start, everyone. Just before I start, from now on, if anybody in the gallery is noisy and rude and interrupting, the security guards have got permission to put you out of the meeting. So please respect the council meeting. If you don't, you'll be asked to leave by the security. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 25/91, asbestos. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Neil, are you on the asbestos? Councillor McGregor.
Yeah, so I'd like to propose an amendment, and that be a third point, which where it says the policy's language be updated from may to will or must. Or we can also include shall as well.
Can I have a seconder as well for Councillor McGregor's? Councillor Daniels.
So the policy language be updated from may to will, must, or shall.
Just waiting on the will, must, or shall. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just speak to that. So, councillors and those in the gallery, the proposed change will, must, or shall rather than may, to provide some practical examples. This has come from one of the submissions. A table in an email that we received gave the example of point 6.1, where the current language says council may issue a clean-up notice, and it would change to council will issue a clean-up notice. 6.17, council may require asbestos to be removed. The new wording would say that council requires asbestos to be removed. Instead of council may notify Safe Work New South Wales of asbestos, council will notify Safe Work New South Wales of asbestos. And 2.16.7, offences may attract enforcement procedure. It would read offences will attract enforcement procedure. The point of this amendment that I'm seeking is that it is more prescriptive and more clear. Forgive me, I've been at work since 8 o'clock this morning. I haven't had a break. So if I've used the wrong language there, I apologise. But yes, it's to make it more prescriptive, and it's to make it clearer for people, rather than the laissez-faire, hands-off self-regulation approach, which I've had 3 instances of constituents raising issues with me, and I myself in the Wyong area have actually had to report illegal asbestos removal works, both to Safe Work and the CFMEU. And I will note that the CFMEU answered the phone in 1 minute 33 seconds. Safe Work, I was on hold for a half an hour and then had to send them 3 emails before I got a response some days later saying enforcement action was taken. Thank you for notifying us of the problem. And I also note that I've had similar success with other residents in the community following on from my actions. So maybe we can get rid of the custom management system and you can just employ me to deal with community constituent issues, because I seem to be more successful in resolving them faster. Councillors, as you heard from the Speaker, this is a very serious issue. We've known of the dangers of asbestos for some time. It's no coincidence that Russia and North Korea are basically only the last 2 countries in the world who are still mining and using asbestos on a wide scale, and we don't tend to follow North Korea and Russia in too many ways, hopefully not on this one as well. I also have had some comment from some of the councillors that they might seek that draft come back either to the committee or to council with those language changes. I'm happy for people to move an amendment to do that. But in essence, the change that I'm seeking is rather than saying, well, it'd be nice if you did things the right way with this toxic substance that we've known kills people for decades and has left countless families, agonising over loved ones suffering a terrible fate. If we actually said, no, this is the right way to do it this way, and just do it properly the first time, and that way we can avoid hopefully some of the worst things that have happened in the past with asbestos to our community and beyond. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Eaton.
Yes, maybe the mover will accept this. I'd be happy if it did go back to the committee, for the committee to consider that version. Okay, I'm happy to support it then.
Yeah. Councillor Daniels. Civic, did you just get that?
So if we just clarify, point 1 should say, after making the changes in 3, refer the draft policy back to the Environment and Planning Committee. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I just had a question for the Director through you, Mr Mayor. Just wondering if there's any compliance issues in changing the wording.
Through you, Chair, it's not possible to tell you the implications of what is a sort of a major change to the policy. If councillors were to let us review the policy, come back to the EP committee, we'll go through what all the word changes will mean. There's issues of who's the regulating authority in a number of instances as well, but we can work through those, but it will take us a while to work through those before being able to advise councillors.
Right, thank you. So, Councillor Eaton, you've accepted the changes from Councillor McGregor, yep? All good? Happy with the words? Councillor McGregor, are you happy with the words on the screen? Yep. All right, all those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Next item on agenda is 25/94. Review financial legal costs.
Yeah, move the committee recommendation.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder?
Councillor Milne.
Got a few lights up.
Move an amendment.
I don't know, we just got a seconder for the motion. Was Councillor Mullen? Councillor
Neil. Yes, I'd like to move an amendment to this motion before us. Firstly, that under subsection 2, that 2 further members be added to the committee, being 2 councillors, namely myself and Councillor Walsh. And secondly, that subsection 4 be deleted. And I'll explain that the reason for that amendment. But maybe the mover may wish to speak to the motion before I do so.
Yeah.
I think there is a genuine concern about the rising legal costs. This is not a new issue. It has been around for many decades. And I think that an opportunity to examine those costs is worthwhile. What I'm concerned about is that only one ideological colour is participating in the scrutiny of those legal costs, and that their ideological position may skew their attitude towards the particular expenditure. So I believe that it's appropriate that we have both sides of the ideological divide represented. Secondly, I'm concerned the deletion of the informality of the committee is for the purposes of avoiding corruption. A lot of very valuable and important information will be disclosed at that committee. I think it's very important that the community is able, if necessary, and frankly, the ICAC and other bodies are able to investigate and see what information was disclosed and therefore whether information has been improperly used. To have an informal process, as it's been proposed, allows that committee to be left open to potential corruption and a lack of accountability that I find disturbing. So that's the reason for my amendments. And I don't know if I've actually got a seconder
No, you
yet.
haven't. Could have a seconder. Councillor Walsh, thanks.
To the minute clerks, it is Councillor Neal and Councillor Walsh. Is that correct?
That's correct, CEO.
Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, I just have some questions through you to the CEO. It's not clear to me in this motion what the purpose is of this group of hand-picked councillors. Could the CEO clarify what the purpose is, please?
It's not my motion. You.
But you allowed this to go on the agenda, so you must have some.
It's the minutes of a committee meeting. It wasn't a motion that came before me.
Okay, so we don't actually know what the purpose of the group is. Second question, Mr Mayor, through you to the CEO. I did actually think this was a joke when I saw it, because I'm not entirely sure how this complies with what my understanding is, that council staff need to provide information to all councillors if requested, that they can't choose to provide information to a small group of councillors. And I'm referring to the Code of Conduct 7.6, I think it's Part C, or Code of Conduct Part 8, 8.4. So can I get some clarification through you, Mr Mayor, to the CEO about how this complies or otherwise with that principle and with that component of the Code of Conduct, please?
If it is passed under perhaps under the current Code of Meeting Practice, but certainly under the new Code of Meeting Practice, would be captured as a standing committee of council. Any documentation would be available to all councillors, and you would have to deal with the confidential session practices. So you would have to have the meeting in open session, seek a motion to move into confidential, conduct the activities in confidential, and then any resolutions that come out of that would need to be made in open council again. So it would certainly, any grouping of councillors that is only councillors is captured by the standing committee rules.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will just ask the mover of the amendment or the mover of the motion, because I still think this is meant to be a joke, I assume. Could we defer this until there's a terms of reference that is brought back to council for consideration of this group, and to be very clear that all councillors are able to attend these secret sessions about legal costs and legal proceedings? So I wonder if the...
I'd happily agree with that.
Well, I'm asking you to include it in your amendment, and then if you agree, for the sake of being nice, I can ask the mover. Probity, and could I ask the mover if the mover would defer this until there's a terms of reference brought back to the council for consideration? Who moved it? Yeah.
No, I mean, and frankly, Councillor Smith, I would have thought it was obvious what this was about. It's about the over $3 million, it's in point one, over $3 million expenditure on external legal costs.
Question, Mr Mayor, through you to the CEO. Or maybe it's even to the mover. So is the implication then that this small group of councillors that have access to legal information then get to choose which matters council pursues or which matters council does not pursue? And how will any conflicts of interest and probity be managed in relation to that? Through you to maybe the CEO in the first instance.
If it made it's given no delegations, so the group would at this stage be receiving information. It has no delegations, and so therefore it wouldn't have any any power to make any decisions. And as I said, in its currently envisaged form, it would be captured as a standing committee, and you would have to deal with it under the rules that deal with the standing committee.
All right, hopefully last question through you, Mr Mayor, to the CEO. Asking for your professional opinion, taking into account good governance, probity, process. Would you perhaps support a move to get a terms of reference before we adopt such a sweeping motion that has no terms or boundaries or clarification?
The new code of meeting practice and the direction from the Minister are very clear that the CEO is not to be part of the political process. Ultimately, it's your decision how to handle it. I'll just tell you what I am able to legally implement or not. And the way that it is envisaged now, it would have to be a standing committee. If there were recommendations to that standing committee, they would either have to have, the committee would have to have delegations to implement them. Those delegations would have to, the resolutions would have to be read in open council or in open session, or it would have to be reported back to council. We have a basic set of rules for standing committees, but any specific standing committee with no delegations only advises council.
Councillor McNamara.
Just a point to the mover. You may want to read point 2 again. I think you and Councillor Walsh seem to be the only councillors on that working group. Read point 2 again. Councillor Neal and Councillor Walsh appear to be the only councillors on the working committee now.
The mayor and the deputy mayor are also councillors, so there's actually, that's 4. Could I, Mr Mayor, through you, may I just clarify with the CEO his advice he provided, that in relation to subsection 4, that section is unenforceable, as you can't have an informal meeting at which minutes are not taken. Is that correct?
The OLG have been very clear that staff can brief the mayor, staff can brief the deputy mayor, but essentially other information that's provided to council needs to be provided through the formal channels. So that's the new world we're living in. We might have a few weeks where we can operate slightly differently, but essentially the world we're living in means that these sort of things are very difficult to implement and would have to be modified from the way it's currently envisaged, I think.
Subsection 4 is unenforceable.
4 agrees the group has a sunset date of 2028 but may cease meeting earlier if it so determines. Well, I would argue the meeting earlier, if it so determines, would need to be a decision of council, but with the sunsets, 4 is the easiest of the things to implement.
Tended to say subsection 3, if you must take minutes, then to have an informal session when no minutes are taken, I would think it was something you could not implement.
The group can meet monthly in confidential session. It has to go through a process of closing the meeting. Those papers would be available to all councillors, and any reports and decisions of that group would ultimately become would either be, if it was delegated, would have to be reported at that committee and implemented in open session, or if it was not delegated, it'd have to be reported back to council in either confidential or in open session.
Mr Mayor, and incorporate that into the motion.
Could you put, Councillor Eaton, could you put your buzzer off so Councillor Neal could be heard? Sorry.
So I was just saying, I thank the mover of the motion. I note that he's already withdrawn the section that relates to informality of the committee.
So, You're okay with that, councillor Eaton? Yep.
Yes, I'll accept it.
All right. Right, councillor Eaton. Councillor Moreland, are you okay with that? Yep. As a seconder. Councillor Eaton, could you?
I'm okay at the moment, Mr Mayor, but I may come back with a modification of my own after everybody's spoken.
Right. Councillor Daniels, would you want to speak?
I just had a question for councillor Neal, if she will be changing point 2 to include the original names. Yeah. For that?
Councillor Eden, I thought that you might have withdrawn your name because it wasn't part of my amendment.
So if we clarify, the membership is the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Chair of AEP, Councillor Neal and Councillor Walsh.
Yep.
Mr Mayor, I'm now happy to second the motion that's on
You're
the
okay?
floor.
Yeah.
At peril of talking against the Minister for Local Government, but you have an EMP committee. If this is the issue, why wouldn't you put it on the agenda of the EMP committee and have it in confidential session with the committee councillors on the EMP committee? That means we don't have to staff another meeting, and we can deal with that as part of that.
Mr Mayor, sorry to raise this, but
It's just that you're putting another committee on, which will cost a lot of money, and it's another meeting that 5 councillors have to attend.
Councillor Lamont? Oh, you just, I don't know, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Neal just stole it. That's, yeah, we've got it back.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just a couple of questions. I still don't understand the purpose of the working group, so if someone can answer that question for me. But talking about the CEO mentioning that another subcommittee or another committee is going to cost a lot of money, I was told by someone in the community that we had a consultant come in and speak to the councillors about committees, and that suggested that we actually get rid of the standing committees and go to 2 council meetings a month. I don't know whether that's correct, because I definitely wasn't at any such meeting, but I just want to know if it was correct, and are we going to be considering that at all?
There was a training session. One of the trainers looked at how we were operating and made some suggestions. In the end, any suggestions and any operations are the decision of the council.
What was the suggestions? Like, as I said, I was told by someone in the community that was to get rid of the standing committees and actually go to 2 council meetings a month.
There was all sorts of things said. That may have been one of the things, but there was a range of commentary made by a range of things. There was other councillors in the room.
Okay, well, do any of the other councillors remember? Okay, it was said. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't imagining, or the person in the community wasn't imagining things. But can someone please explain the purpose of this group? Because I really don't understand why, what the working group is going to do. I mean, are we going to tell, even legal privilege, like, I'm just wondering what you do with that. If, you know, things are going to the court, what happens there? Anyone?
it doesn't actually affect that.
Huh?
Legal privilege doesn't affect that.
Well, no answer. Okay, fine. So no one knows what the working group is going to do, or no one wants to tell me, or... Through you, Mr Mayor, can someone please explain what this working group is actually going to do, or is that a secret as well? How?
sorry, can I explain again that it's not a staff recommendation? This came from a committee. And the matter should be debated amongst the council.
Okay, so
staff has, if you ask me about the legality of issues and how we would implement it, I can provide you advice, but I can't provide you with something that I'm not aware of and we're not aware of. You need to ask members of the committee who were at that meeting why that was proposed and what they intend to do with it.
well, in that case, Mr Mayor, can you please ask Councillor Eaton how he proposes to reduce the legal fees by having a working group?
Councillor Eaton, can you answer that? You have to put your buzzer off, Councillor Mark. Councillor Daniels, can you?
Sorry.
Councillor Neil. Thanks.
The group as it stands would, if the amendment passes, would include 2 solicitors, which I would have thought could add some value in terms of their experience in dealing with the litigation.
And so what would they do? In what way? You're not supposed to add value to parents because that's the problem. You're supposed to legal decisions over planning issues in a court.
Councillor Neil, we're squabbling here.
Mysteriously, item 4 has reappeared, but I proposed as an amendment, and Councillor Eaton agreed to. It's now reappeared. Can we get rid of it again?
Okay. Number 4.
Subsection 4 shouldn't be in the motion. It was
It's done.
amended and taken out. Good, thank you.
Councillor Millen.
Mr Mayor, through you, I'd like to ask the original mover of the motion, the mover of the original motion, if he would accept getting rid of all of it and incorporating the CEO's recommendation that it becomes a standing agenda item in confidential at the end or the beginning of each EMP committee.
Finance. I'll wait for Councillor Eaton to respond, but then I might add some thoughts on that too.
Councillor Millen, can you? Thanks.
I'm ambivalent. I kind of think a special committee gives more weight, but I understand the argument about not having an extra committee, but I think the advantage of, as I say, a standalone is that, you know, it's only got one thing it's going to look off, and EMP committees are pretty busy and go quite late, and I wouldn't like to see this sort of, it would obviously go to the end of the EMP because it's got to be in confidential, and, you know, we'll be dealing with it at 9:30 at night where it won't get the due attention that maybe it deserves. So my view, for what it's worth, is standalone, but, you know, I'm not that strong on it.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton. Thank you for that response. I think the intent, Councillor Lamont asked what it was about. The reason I seconded the motion, it was about, we're hearing from the community constantly about the $3 million plus worth of expenditure that this council is spending on legal fees. I think we're trying to find out what this council can do to address that issue. At the end of the day, I don't mind how we do that, but I think it's really important we get to the bottom of it. I think when we compare ourselves to other councils, we definitely spend a lot more, and we really need to understand why and look for reasons and ways to reduce that expenditure moving forward.
Mr Mayor, can I ask a question through you to Councillor Eaton, then noting the restrictions on the Environment and Planning Committee, would you consider it coming before the Governance and Finance Committee as a governance piece? As a standing item?
If I might just also comment that roughly half the legal costs are not planning and environment related. Roughly half the costs are commercial and a whole range of other legal matters. So there might be merit in it actually going to governance and finance because of that, because it's not exclusively planning related.
I suppose I'll reiterate my comments about one, I think it's better as standalone because of the, it focuses on that issue, and the other problem with governance and finance, which otherwise would be logical, is it only meets every 3 months. Well, thank you. Oh, no.
Yeah. Councillor Lamont, was you on here? So, you're okay. Right, so we're putting the amendment of Councillor Neil and Councillor Walsh. All those in favour of the amendment?
The amendment was accepted,
Oh, it's just down
so it doesn't need to be put, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. So all those in favour? Councillor, we got Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Neil, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. Carried. Thanks. Next item agenda is 5.2, notice of motion illegal campers picnic point.
Councillor Stanton has taken up this motion, Mr Mayor.
All right. Councillor Stanton.
I've given a new set of wording for this motion to the team. Perfect, thank you. This is an amended version
Thanks,
of the original motion that I now put before the council. I feel that this wording better reflects an acknowledgement of the complexity of the issue at Picnic Point. I genuinely feel for all of those involved. There are many stakeholders involved in this. We have rough sleepers, we have illegal campers, we have local community issues, we have local residents, and all of these people are being impacted. There are increasing numbers of people congregating at Picnic Point, and it has become a safety issue for some involved. We need to handle this with respect and dignity for all those involved and create an environment where all organisations and levels of government are working together to help the people most impacted. Illegal camping is a legal issue. Those rough sleeping need to be supported and helped into permanent housing. The local public needs to be able to use public facilities, and that becomes a council role. I recognise that council officers have worked hard, and they're working with government departments and agencies, local community groups, and the New South Wales Police. And there are also many other support organisations that are coming to visit with laundry and food services. In this motion, I have now proposed an urgent report come back to the December meeting, specifically asking council to provide the council chamber with effective measures to discourage illegal camping, and also an update on the stakeholders that are assisting the rough sleepers to find permanent accommodation. Again, we need to be working with all levels of government. We need to write to the minister. We need to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. That's fine.
Okay, Councillor Lamont's next.
Oh, I made it a second.
Is it me now? Sorry. Who is it? It's me,
Councillor Lamont.
okay. Thank you. To me, the Picnic Point issue is a bit bigger than just the, rough sleeping, and we're talking about short term, where I think we really have to focus on long term as well. And I want to acknowledge the intent behind Councillor Eden's original motion that's been amended. The situation at Picnic Point is a persistent and difficult issue, and many residents rightly feel unsafe or distressed. Their concerns are real and we have an obligation to address them. However, while I support taking meaningful action, I did not support what Councillor Eaton was suggesting. I don't think many people in the community did. Floodlights, overnight loud music and sprinklers may deter some behaviour, but they also create new problems for nearby residents and legitimate park users, and in some cases many may compromise safety. We need solutions that are effective, proportionate, community-minded and long-term. The issue is complex. Some people sleeping at Picnic Point are vulnerable and experiencing homelessness, which means our response must be more thoughtful than simply driving people away. Even as we acknowledge residents' frustration with antisocial behaviour, rubbish and conflict. A question I hear repeatedly is, why is this happening at Picnic Point but not at Terrigal, Avoca or Copa? Understanding that difference is essential to finding real solutions. And that brings me to the entrance more broadly. It is a suburb with enormous potential, and everyone keeps saying that, and it's remained unrealised for far too long. When I first moved here nearly in the 90s, it felt like it was going to boom. Decades later, it still hasn't. It feels like the forgotten twin, waiting for revitalisation never quite arrives. Well, last year, ex-councillor said the entrance would benefit from once Gosford takes off. But why should any suburb have to wait for another before receiving investment, attention or vision? Recently, after locals asked for help, I invited Northern End councillors to come to the entrance and see firsthand what residents and businesses are dealing with. Only 2 responded. Yet a week later, we saw social media posts celebrating the reopening of a single building, the Zero complex. While positive, it highlights something important. If we want residents to listen to us, we must first listen to them. We cannot keep talking about the entrance and Picnic Point without talking with the entrance. If we truly want to resolve what's happening at Picnic Point, we must understand the bigger picture, why some coastal suburbs thrive, why others struggle, and address those root causes with community, not impose measures upon them. Picnic Point should not be a place to be avoided. The entrance should not be a suburb people bypass. They should be vibrant, functional and welcoming places we are proud of. And perhaps the key insight is this: if we want to fix Picnic Point, the answer may lie in why isn't Picnic Point a problem at Terrigal, Avoca and Copa. That is where our focus must be, on the causes, not just the symptoms. So yes, let's take action, but let's take the right action. Let's commit to listening, planning, revitalising and supporting. Let's work with the community to ensure Picnic Point is safe for all and the interest is finally given the attention it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Neal. Councillor Lamont. Councillor Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would also like to acknowledge that the illegal camping at Picnic Point is a real issue, and it's appropriate the council explores strategies to manage it, and we already have. We have done much, and I thank the Director Smith for doing so. Our community expects us to address antisocial behaviour, protect public spaces and ensure safety for residents and visitors alike. But illegal camping is not synonymous with people who are homeless. The measures proposed in the motion put forward by Councillor Eaton were neither reasonable nor proportionate, and I acknowledge Councillor Stanton for recognising that and amending the motion. Many of his proposals were punitive, impractical, legally dubious, and frankly, risk damaging the reputation of this council and the community. Security patrols with spotlights every 2 hours, floodlighting an entire recreational area, installing sprinklers to deliberately soak people, and play music continuously throughout the night. These are not local government compliance tools. Some of these actions may be considered harassment, nuisance, or even unlawful, particularly if they target vulnerable people such as those experiencing homelessness. We have obligations under the Local Government Act, but we also have obligations under state homelessness frameworks, anti-discrimination principles, and basic human decency. Council cannot implement measures that deliberately cause discomfort, distress, or humiliation. There are significant safety, amenity and environmental concerns about the proposal put forward by Councillor Eaton, though subsequently withdrawn. Floodlighting and continuous music will not only impact on nearby residents who deserve peaceful enjoyment of their neighbourhood. It will also impact on nighttime wildlife, particularly in foreshore and estuary environments. Energy usage and operational costs, which are irresponsible given council's financial constraints. Sprinkler installations to deter people, aside from the ethical concerns, also create water wastage, maintenance burdens and slip hazards. These are not risk-free actions. These measures also would undermine community cohesion and the Central Coast's reputation. Picnic Point is a loved community asset enjoyed by families, walkers, fishers and visitors. Installing industrial lever deterrents would fundamentally change the character of the space. Instead of a welcoming foreshore, we create a hostile environment that sends the message, this place is not the community, this place is under siege. This is not how we build pride in the Central Coast. That is not how we encourage tourism or local activation. This is not how we treat vulnerable people, members of the community. I urge you never to entertain such a motion as this ever again. And I thank Councillor Stanton for putting forward a much more reasonable amendment. But I do also acknowledge the views of Councillor Lamont that we do have to look at this as a broader issue and not a particular issue at Picnic Point, because homelessness is not just at Picnic Point, it's all over the Central Coast, it's on the peninsula, it's everywhere, and we need to take a broader, more strategic approach to solving the problem. And I have to say, I think we need to do more than sending a letter to the state government to take the issue from us. We need to take action ourselves.
Councillor Reaton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the third time in a year that this matter has come before this council. And what's happened in a year? Well, it's got worse. It's got a lot worse. I was down there yesterday, and now there's 25 to 30 down there. Can I have the photos brought up that I took yesterday? Councillor Neal, you talked about a hostile environment. I invite you to look at the photos when they come up. Have you ever been to Picnic Point in the last 2 months, Councillor Neal?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
So,
Councillor Eaton, continue.
Hostile environment. It's exactly what we've got. We've got people who won't go to the playground that we spent $350,000 on. People who try and launch their boats there or go there are abused and assaulted. There's been 3 deaths, 2 fires. I could go on and on. So a year ago, no, we couldn't find them. We can't do anything. We're going to put it on our website. Well, that worked well, didn't it? Put it on our website, Councillor Lamont. And then, oh no, well, you know, the Department of Housing is going to go and sort it out. Well, a year later, they haven't. It's got worse. It's continuing to get worse. And once again, we're at Christmas, orbit at Christmas time, when we'll have somewhat of an influx of tourists. Many of them won't come now because it's a year later and they had a bad experience last year. And this year the experience will be worse. We have got to do what we can because the other levels of government, which is their responsibility, have failed. And then, Councillor Neal, you talked about the waste of money. Well, it was all right to spend around $40,000 at Baker Car Park, putting up bollards, playing music, putting up lighting, and that solved the problem at Baker Street Car Park. It got the homeless out of there. So it's all right at Baker Street Car Park, but it's no good at Picnic Point. And we're about to spend, it's in this year's budget, $250,000 to put a fence round the Wyong Park, the Wyong Old School Park. And what's that for? To keep the homeless out. It makes a private space so then the police can arrest or stop people from trespassing. So 250 grand in Wyong Town Park. So we're already spending the money, we're just not spending it where the problem is the worst. I just cannot believe that anyone has actually gone there and spoken to any of the residents, speak to the cafe across the road, speak to a meeting of the retailers as I did a couple of weeks ago, thinks that this is acceptable and it's all right for a council to just say, oh, it's not our problem, we've got to look, we've got to look elsewhere. If this council is serious about trying to do something to help the entrance, then we've got to take some action ourselves, because the state and federal governments have absolutely failed and have taken no interest, and that's a tragedy. So the only one who has got, I think, possibly the political intestitude, the guts to actually do something, could be this council, but maybe you'll let us down again.
Thanks, Councillor Reid. Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, just a question through you to the CEO, or I assume to the Director. Could I just ask the question? My recollection is that Council had an affordable housing strategy but included actions in relation to homelessness. That might be a while ago, so I'm not sure if it's still current, but I thought from memory there was an action about having a homelessness officer. Have I got that correct, or is that not correct? Please.
Through the chair, there are actions in the affordable and alternative housing strategy to do with homelessness. That's participation in the homelessness networks and to support the assertive outreach team. In regards to a dedicated homelessness officer, we don't have a dedicated person. We have two people that work within the affordable and alternative housing portfolio.
Okay, was it identified as an action in the strategy? Do you recall? To have a homelessness officer?
I would have to take that on notice.
Could I just ask the mover of the motion if they would just include a part that requests a bit of a report or some information to come back on those components of that strategy that are related to homelessness and what council has implemented, or where they're up to with those actions, if they are relevant, please. If that's okay.
We accept that, Councillor Stanton. Councillor Castles.
Yeah.
She was asked a question and should accept.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you
do you want?
Everybody has to put off the mic again. Councillor Walsh, could you put your... Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Lamont.
We got that. Yes, Councillor Smith, I think that could be incorporated into point 3 within the report to come back in December. When it talks about the stakeholders assisting rough sleepers find permanent accommodation, we could add an extra sentence in there and...
Could it just be including an update on relevant actions from the affordable housing strategy and whatever the correct title is? So an update on relevant actions related to homelessness.
Sure. So, and the stakeholders assisting, to take out the and before the stakeholders, and then at the end,
I think it's affordable housing strategy. There's actually, I'm missing a word. What's the word?
Through the chair, it's the affordable and alternative housing strategy.
You fine with that, Councillor Stanton?
I think it should read to find permanent accommodation, comma, and doesn't need the report.
Should it say including a component rather than report?
Including an update on. Thank you.
So get rid of report on in that different font, including an update on the component. Yep.
can that word it?
Sorry. It's including, not inducing.
Yep, okay. Yeah, Councillor Castles.
Yay. Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I have, I guess, a couple of questions, but firstly, I will just advise councillors, if they're not aware, that the Community and Culture Standing Committee does have a standing agenda item on affordable alternate housing, which also incorporates matters around homelessness. So that's just to remind people for that information. Through you, Mr Mayor, perhaps to Director Smith. I'm reading through Councillor Stanton's motion here, which is clearly a vast improvement on the one that we had before us in the business papers. I note that we are very sort of, I guess, use very regularly this term illegal camping and illegal campers. I'm interested to know through you, Mr Mayor, to the Director, is there any other terms that are used that may sound a bit less like people are illegal, that that are actually commonly used in these circumstances?
Through the chair, can I just clarify what you're seeking? Are you seeking the distinction between rough sleepers versus people who are illegally camping and have a home?
Sorry if I wasn't clear. I was just that would be helpful, but I'm also interested to know whether there are other terms that are used, apart from rough sleepers, in terms of illegal campers. Is there another term that it can be used rather than illegal? Or is that a standard term across the sectors in relation to homelessness?
I think there's a very clear distinction between the two of them. So
yes.
Rough sleepers are people that are genuinely homeless. Illegal campers is a different sort of category of people. And I think we might be getting the two a little bit confused in here. Illegal campers would be someone, for example, who has a home and sort of travels around the place and camps at various sites that are clearly not designated for camping. They would be the sorts of people you would classify as illegal campers.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And also I would just like to state that I am quite concerned about the photographs that were displayed earlier. First of all, there is a number plate clearly visible on the caravan that was actually burnt out, which I believe is an issue, a privacy issue. The other issue is that really having people's possessions, which they are their possessions, strewn across our screens tonight, broadcast across the Central Coast, gives no dignity to anybody whose possessions have been destroyed or damaged, regardless of what those possessions are, when something like a fire happens at Picnic Point. So I'd just like to express my great concern that this was put on the public record in a council meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Walsh. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So much has been said. A number of councillors have found a way to still speak out clearly against Councillor Eaton's original motion that was in the business papers. And I also want to acknowledge Councillor Stanton's somewhat more realistic and certainly more, somewhat more compassionate sort of approach to this. I will say though that I think that what keeps happening for us is that we're dealing with a council, and I'm actually not meaning the staff, I'm actually meaning the councillors, where many don't really have a full understanding or a full appreciation of really what the extent of issues for the unhoused are, not just in our community but across the country. So it's clearly, you know, an enormous issue, you know, for many other council areas as well. Agreeing with Councillor Castles about the removal of any reference to people being illegal in any way in terms of what they're doing and trying to just be accommodated for whatever period of time. Terms like that obviously aim to criminalise people for behaviour that, or actions rather than behaviour, that we don't even necessarily understand to be necessarily illegal at all. It is very challenging, but you know who it's the most challenging for? Those who are unhoused. So let's be really clear about that. And I do feel that Councillor Stanton's motion goes significantly, well, it's dramatically different to the original motion, thank heavens, but it could go further. It could go further in terms of assisting councillors and supporting staff to continue to address the issue through all levels of government. And I think that it is important for us to understand that council staff are working in this space. They're working in a space that's incredibly under-resourced for them, and certainly most definitely for the unhoused, it's the most under-resourced. Maybe the problem for Councillor Eaton is that it's so public, because actually the overwhelming bulk of unhoused or homelessness issues in this country are experienced by, number one, women over 55 and those who are routinely escaping domestic violence, and also those who couch surf and all of those other categories where it's not hidden away, but it's certainly not public like it may be at Picnic Point. It is an issue that is confronting to us, and I'm not saying that we, you know, ignore this in any way. I'm actually saying the publicity is, you know, maybe good for us to be able to utilise the experiences of these people who are unhoused to help us get more support from other levels of government to be able to support them. I also feel that I would like significantly more acknowledged that those who are unhoused, people refer to it like it's some sort of a choice. And I think we need to be really clear that this is not, maybe a choice to leave domestic violence, and that can be an extremely good choice, but what are you going to? Routinely, what are you going to? So, and I'm certainly not inferring that anyone or everybody at Picnic Point is experiencing domestic violence either. I think that us using our motions to have a much better understanding and representing to the community that we have a much better understanding of what the reality of the lives of people who are unhoused are. Let's name and identify that the absolute cause of this is poverty and social disadvantage, and the fact that we live in a society that is incredibly unequal, you know, serving different groups across the strata, that is not fair, simply not fair. So for the people at Picnic Point, I almost commend you. Some may be behaving poorly, but to be finding themselves in a situation where they're having to live the way they are, and that is the only choice that's available to them at the time, that is not their fault and it's not their crime.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. Because we're going to exceed the 30 minutes debate time, I'll have to go to Councillor Stanton, Councillor McGregor, because we're
I'll
over.
move a procedural motion that we extend debate for 5 minutes then.
Say it again.
I've moved a procedural motion that we extend debate for 5 minutes.
Need a seconder. Councillor Stanton. All those in favour?
All right, thank you. Look, I shouldn't need the full 5 minutes.
No, excuse me. That's the rules. So.
If you want to listen to me talk for longer, Laurie, I'm more than happy to let you know a thing or two.
All right.
So, councillors, I rise to speak against the amendment. I would also be rising to speak against the original notice of motion that was submitted because it's the politics of division. Now, we live in a world of hyperpolarisation where algorithms and social media are pitting people against one another. What we need from our civic leaders is actually to bring people together rather than to demonise people and use the fascist language of someone like Farage to take the oppressed and the people who are truly suffering and try and turn them into the enemy. I don't think migrants are the enemy. I don't think homeless people are the enemy. I don't hate workers. I love them. That's why I'm in this place. I am a socialist and I stand by my politics. The way to solve this problem is to adopt a socialist solution, not a fascist solution. Did you guys watch World War II to see how that ended up for the people with your politics? Well, the same thing's going to happen again with the third time. Now, these people should be treated with dignity and respect and not be turned into an object of derision. They are human beings. They have lived a life with real emotion and real experiences. Now, even in the event that you reject reality and logic, let's go at this from a religious point of view. There are people in this building who pretend to have religious convictions and faith. What would Jesus Christ do with this? What would Muhammad do with this? What would someone who has a genuine spiritual connection to this place and to the people that live here want to do? Think about that. When you're holding your rosary beads and you're off there putting your money into the little collection plate, are you doing it so you get some numbers for Liberal Party pre-selection, or are you doing it because you actually care about the kind of people that those religions talk about serving? So if we look at this from an economic point of view, if we look at it from a political point of view, if we look at it from a spiritual point of view, there is literally no reason to adopt this politics of hatred, of anger, and going to the most venal kind of language to try and get a headline to stir some people up, give them a tickle and pretend you're going to solve something. When it comes to solving this problem, this is a direct response to this is a direct consequence of the neoliberal policies, economic policies, that have been forced on our nation and globally over the last 40 years. They are destroying our planet, they are destroying the fabric of our society, and they are increasing inequality around the world, and particularly on the Central Coast. To do more of the same is not going to make things better, it will make it worse. That is evidence-based. If you are arguing against that, you are arguing against fact and logic, which is not unusual for people on the political right, because that's what your whole movement's about, a fantasy for a world that never existed. Now, what's your question, Councillor Wright?
Okay, continue, Councillor McGregor. Leave.
All right, I don't take advice from neophytes, but thanks anyway. So when it comes to solving the problem...
I know, it's getting too personal, Councillor McGregor.
Neophyte is a word that means someone who is inexperienced. Councillor Wright has been in this chamber for far less than yourself, Councillor McNamara, and certainly the emeritus Councillor Eaton, our former Deputy
You're meant
Mayor.
to be talk on point.
I am on point. See, this is what happens. You make points of order when you can't win the argument because you think you can be smart, and you lose the argument anyway.
Right, everybody,
so,
just...
when it comes to...
Right, cool it.
It's embarrassing, mate. Grow up. So when it comes to solving this problem, I would certainly have more faith in Minister Jackson, another member of the Socialist Left, rather than our friend over there who can't even work out how to use a buzzer. Good job on saving those 2 parcels of land from nothing in Avoca. But let's actually deal with fixing...
Councillor McGregor, the next time you're picking somebody out, abusing them, you'll be sitting down. So can you please
Mayor,
finish?
I've not abused anyone, and if you deal with the substance of what I've put to you, there is no rebuttal, and you're aware of that, and that's why there is the pointless points of order that have been raised. This is not going to solve the problem. This is about division, fear, hatred, antipathy, and envy, the politics that the Liberal Party have been putting out into our community for too long. That's why you can't even get to 25%. That's why you've lost state. That's why you've lost federal. That's why you should be a minority in this chamber, because you don't solve issues. You blame other people for problems that are created through your donors and the business class that are destroying the fabric of our society, as witnessed directly by what's happening at Picnic
Right,
Point.
point of order. Please, can you be seated? You're over time.
There's 24 seconds
That's
there. It's in
minus
the green.
24 here. Can you please sit down?
It's green. There's 20 seconds to go.
We'll finish it.
And I should probably have an extension of an extra minute given all the interjections from the 4 people who can't actually find an intellectual rebuttal. So play the ball, not the man, for a change. It'd be nice. Now,
You've got 4, right. Sit down. You're finished. Thank you.
I'm not finished. I'll sit down, but I'm not finished. I'm just getting started.
Ah, good. Councillor Stanton. Can you close, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, everybody, for your input on this. And I think I can say that every councillor that has spoken on this item tonight has raised relevant and important concerns over the issues at hand. I do want to distinguish, as some have, between the original motion that was publicly published and the motion that is before you tonight that you're voting on. Appreciating that many people have come very prepared, which is wonderful, with their speeches. The motion that we are voting on are these 4 points ahead, as amended throughout this, this motion. This motion is an acknowledgement. This motion is writing to the relevant minister. This is an acknowledgement that we need a multi-agency, a whole of government approach, and councillors have called on this as well tonight. This is requesting an urgent report. Remember that every single councillor in this room has requested a report at some time or another in the past year. This is a report. I'm asking for you guys to please have a look at this motion that you are about to vote on and consider which item it is that is concerning to you, appreciating that there may be further things that you would like to add, and we can always do that. But this motion is an acknowledgement, it's a letter, and it's a report. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh. The motion's carried. Thank you. Next item on agenda is 5.5. Notice the motion 5.5 Wombro Beach Management Pathway. Have we got a mover? Councillor Lamont. Seconder, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. Can I just start off with asking a few questions before I actually, so if we can take the timer off until I get.
Move it first.
Okay, I did. Yeah. So is that okay? First question is through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO. Section 68 of the Reconstruction Authority Act requires the Minister to be satisfied that there is an immediate need to act to protect public safety because of the disaster. Temporary emergency works are necessary and practicable, and no other mechanism under the Act is appropriate. Council's executive officer's email to homeowners dated 28th of July advised that the emergency works carried out between 1 and 3 July had removed the need for earlier proposed temporary emergency protection works, and that sand nourishment is now the only appropriate interim response. The memo to councillors repeated this advice on the 28th of July as well, stating that emergency works had removed the need for earlier proposed temporary emergency protection works under the Reconstruction Act. The CEO's response to Councillor Eden's motion on the 26th of August also confirmed that there is no immediate risk of significant structural collapse and that there are very limited further temporary works practicable. Based on these statements, which directly contradict the mandatory conditions of the Section 68, in your opinion, CEO, can you confirm whether the statutory requirements of the Section 68 ministerial authorisation were met at Wamberal at the time these motions were proposed?
Mr. Nichols?
Through you, Chair. Councillor, could you just repeat the last part of the question, the last line?
Okay, so based on these statements, the advices that went out to the homeowners, to us, and through the CEO's response on the 26th of August, which directly contradict the mandatory conditions of Section 68, in your opinion, can you confirm whether the statutory requirements for a Section 68 ministerial authorisation were met at Wamberal at the time that these motions were proposed?
Through Chair, I can't really give an opinion on that, Councillor, but what I can do is, I suppose, reiterate what I've said last time, which is that the advice we've received from the Department of Environment and from Reconstruction Authority is that they'll only consider temporary works and applications for temporary works, and Council didn't pursue with that application to RA for temporary works.
Okay, another question. Given this written advice, this is to the CEO again, how do you reconcile Councillor Eda's public claim that the notice of motion was largely drafted or crafted by the Executive Officer and that both she and you believed a Section 68 request could be implemented if you and the Executive Officer had already advised that Section 68 could not be used at Wamberal? Why was that not made clear before those statements were put on public record?
I didn't make those statements.
Well, they
I'm
weren't
sorry.
corrected. They weren't actually corrected at the time they were made. Okay, we'll go on to the next question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Executive Officer's communication also advised that certain actions could be undertaken by individual owners without consent, and that Council could provide support for those needed. To your knowledge, have any owners undertaken any of those actions?
Through Chair, sorry, Councillor Lamont, if you could repeat it again.
Okay,
I'm having difficulty with some of the questions,
Yeah, okay.
Councillor Lamont. Yeah.
So we, the CEO's response and even I think the advice that went out to landowners at the time was there certain actions that they could take, and one of them was the sand nourishment, and I believe that's why you issued a sand nourishment expression of interest. Have any actions that were recommended to the homeowners actually taken by the homeowners?
You're talking about actions such as redirecting drainage, removing. I'm not aware of those issues. I believe some haven't been done. I'm not sure about others.
Yes, there's a number of the actions were taken. The sand nourishment program was commenced. It was voluntary. It needed to be a user pay system by the owners, and the owners didn't get take up of that.
So what was the response, sorry?
We didn't get a take up of that voluntary sand nourishment program.
So how many offers were made for sand nourishment?
Through you, Chair, we offered the program to all the owners along Wamberal Beach, and there was no take up by any of those owners.
So even though it was said in the report that that was probably the best interim measure, no one actually has taken the offer up. I might start my speech if you want to put the timer on now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Councillors, have any of you stopped to ask why there was no motion for a Section 68 authorisation at the entrance north? There was no motion or council resolution because none was required, and the same applies at Wamberal. You should all know now a Section 68 can only be used when specific statutory conditions are met, and the CEO and the Executive Officer told us, the WP and other beachfront homeowners included, that those conditions are not met at Wamberal. Every one of us here knows exactly where Council stands on a Section 68 for Wamberal. We've all received the same written advice, the same briefings, and we've all heard the same statements made on public record. So we have to ask, what exactly was Councillor Eden's motion for? If Womberel actually met the criteria for Section 68, Council could already be taking the application directly to Minister Saffin. No motion needed. So what's the real purpose of Councillor Eden's motion? Many would conclude that this political stunt is intended to remove Womberel as an election issue for the Liberals who know what almost happened at Terrigal last time. If a motion is not required to make a Section 68 application, why was one brought forward twice? And why did Councillor Eaton publicly state without correction that the motion was largely drafted by the Executive Officer and that both the CEO and she believed that it could be implemented? And this was uncorrected, when the advice already given made clear that the Section 68 conditions are not met at Womberel. The Liberal Independent Alliance, inside and outside of this chamber, has held tightly to the fiction that because the entrance north received a Section 68 ministerial authorisation for the temporary emergency works, Womberel should be able to do the same, or even use Section 68 for permanent structures. It's not going to happen. Section 68 authorisation cannot be used for temporary or permanent works at Womberel as proposed by Councillors Eaton's motion. It's ultra-virus, meaning it directs councillors to take action outside lawful authority, for those that aren't lawyers. We cannot pretend we didn't...
Point of order, Mr Mayor. This all is about the motion that was passed at the previous council meeting. She hasn't spoken.
No, it's not. It's not. And if you let me finish. We cannot pretend we didn't know this. The Director of Environment and Planning told us clearly on record on the 28th of October that the Minister is not prepared to approve permanent works under Section 68. Only works proposed through a coastal management plan will be considered. It is not ambiguous, it is not conditional, and repeating an alternate narrative will never make it true. We also know, because it is in black and white, that Council's Executive Officer and CEO advised that the emergency works in early July removed the need for temporary works under the Reconstruction Act, and that no further temporary works were practicable. That expert assessment completely fails the mandatory statutory test in Section 68. When a Section 68 is not available, the legal pathway is clear. You go through the proper planning process, no shortcuts. When the legal threshold is not met, the Minister has no lawful power to approve a Section 68, and Council has no lawful basis to request one or spend ratepayer money pursuing it. It isn't simply that Section 68 cannot legally apply, it is that Council staff told us in writing that it could not apply, and then participated in a process that relied on pretending it could. And I'll repeat that. It isn't simply that Section 68 cannot legally apply, it is that Council staff told us in writing that it could not apply, and then participated in a process that relied on pretending it could. My motion tonight attempts to correct our course, align us with the law, and address an expenditure risk we cannot ignore. Resolution 79625 commits us to spending at least $150,000 on design work that cannot be implemented under Section 68. Proceeding anyway knowingly and deliberately is the very definition of maladministration. At a time when Council is publicly seeking to increase rates, how can we justify wasting $150,000 on something that cannot be approved and that we have been advised by the Minister will not be approved? How can we seek our community to trust us with anything else if we cannot act responsibly here? I ask the Chair of the Governance and Finance Committee, Councillor Wright, to answer that question when I finish. There is a legal pathway for coastal management at Womberel, as there is for every other beach on the coast. It's a coastal management program pathway, rigorous, transparent, science-based and accountable. My motion reaffirms that pathway and seeks to ensure seeks to ensure every action Council takes from here on is lawful, responsible and aligned with ministerial and departmental advice. It protects ratepayer funds and restores integrity. I've nearly finished. Councillors, this is a moment of accountability. We have all heard the advice. We cannot pretend ignorance or hide behind politics. We cannot ask our community to fund our mistakes. I urge you to vote for this motion, not for me, not for politics, but for legal compliance, financial responsibility and community trust. If we cannot do the right thing when the facts are right in front of us, then why should the community trust us with anything else?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Any other questions, debate? No? Councillor Lamont, you want to put your, or Councillor Walsh?
Through you, Mr Mayor, thank you. As seconder of the motion, and I don't feel like we're back where we have been month in, month out. It was interesting to read in our revered Central Coast Council Watch that the issue of coastal erosion at Wamberal has been on our agenda 10 times out of 12. I second this motion because it is the right kind of motion. It is a motion that actually is seeking to support our council to pursue what is legal, what is and also what the community is supporting. I think that you know, my attempts to rescind Councillor Eaton's motions last month and the alternative motion that I brought forward is not at all inconsistent with this. And in actual fact, this motion provides significantly more detail around the reasons for why we need to be voting for this on legal grounds. So I certainly am really concerned about the community's, the community is really concerned. Many in the community, not just a few, many. And it's not a motion that is looking to make life for beachfront owners who want their walls harder, more difficult, more damaging. It's actually a motion that is looking to support all in the community, including beachfront owners, to get the protection that can assist them, offshore sound nourishment first and foremost. And yeah, so that's why I was happy to second this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. No other debate? Councillor Walsh, put your buzzer off.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
Can I just have one more question? And that can be my right of reply, but I'd like to know, through you, Mr Mayor, I don't get a right of reply yet?
No.
Okay.
Nobody spoke against it, so you don't get a right of reply.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Nobody spoke against it, so you don't get a right of reply,
Sorry, I
so you
didn't
can
think
ask a
anyone.
question.
I'll speak against it. Against.
Just to clarify for those new councillors, if you're using your right of reply, you can only respond to the matters that were put by the people who spoke against, which would be responding to Councillor McGregor's statement of against.
Point of order, that advice is incorrect. You must refer to what's in the debate, not those who spoke against.
What was that? What'd you say? What'd you say? Yeah, you can hear me. You're a brave man. Councillor Lamont.
Okay, so whether it's a right of reply or not, just a question. Through you, Mr Mayor, I'd like to know why councillors weren't told that we don't need a Section 68 to make apply for a ministerial authorisation, and how much money has been spent on these design works so far? How far are we into it?
I can answer the second part of that, Councillor Lamont. That we've since the motion was confirmed, we've been setting up an account for the design costs, but we haven't commissioned any workers yet for the design.
Well, is there anyone that can answer why councillors weren't told that you don't need a Section 68, a motion for a Section 68 authorisation? Because I'm quite sure everyone here probably thought you need a Section 68 authorisation.
I didn't think that.
You didn't?
No. I just thought that's what Councillor Eden wanted to do.
So in that case, why didn't council use a ministerial authorisation for work at Wamberal? Without a motion.
Through you, Chair. Maybe I'll try to confirm it for everyone. Councillors, there was the process for identifying temporary works at Wamberal. That was a process that was done with council and the landowners that identified some works that involve coastal erosion protection works and the risk profile after a number of the storm events changed, and the advice that we received from the coastal engineers was that there was no further temporary works that would have reduced that risk. So at that stage, council didn't formalise an application to the Reconstruction Authority for those temporary works.
So really at that stage, we wouldn't have qualified for a Section 68 authorisation, going by the advice that you've just given me now and advice that was given to councillors and the homeowners. That's what I'm trying to find out. Like, if council could qualify for one right now, we've got a motion, would we be able to do it?
Councillor, the motion is that we prepare designs based on a set of criteria that was identified in that resolution, and that when those designs are prepared, that we then seek the Reconstruction Authority Minister's approval. So that's the process we're following. As I've sort of outlined at the Coastal Committee earlier today, that process is occurring in parallel with the Coastal Management Plan process, which is finalising that plan with the Environment Minister.
I understand that, but the situation has changed at Wamberal. There's nothing that would actually say that Wamberal actually qualifies for a Section 68. Otherwise, would council go out and get an authorisation right now, the way we see, without a motion?
Councillor, I really don't have anything else to add.
Well, I'm not getting the question.
Yeah, I'm going to have to move on. Councillor Walsh. Wait, there's no right up. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like those questions answered also. I would, through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Eaton, I would like some clarity, because I clearly didn't feel like I had that when I brought the rescission motion last month, or the month before that when we were debating this. Why have you sought to use Section 68 when there are not grounds for that? Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Eaton.
No, yeah, we closed the debate. I'm going to go to the vote now. So all those in favour of Councillor Lamont's motion, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith, all those against, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, the motion's lost. Yeah, 2.1. Item 2.1, monthly finance report. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to, I'm conscious of time as well, that it's now 9 o'clock and we're circling back to the start of the agenda. So if councillors are happy, if they don't have any amendments, I'm happy to move the monthly finance report and the monthly investment report together and then speak to both. There being no complaints, I will do so.
Yeah. Councillor Neil, did you second? Yes, thank you. Right.
Perfect. Well, obviously it was very pleasing to hear the news, Mr Mayor, that our emergency loans will be completely paid off as of tomorrow. So that is obviously quite a good feat for the council. It was only a year ago, again, that we came out of administration, a year and a month. So I think obviously council is tracking in a good position and it will be prudent to continue doing so.
Thank you, Councillor Eaton.
I just had a question through you to Director of Corporate Services, I assume. I note that we've basically got a decrease of about $23 million in capital works, mainly because of water and sewer and IPART. And therefore there is somewhat of a reduction in depreciation. But can I just confirm what the, therefore logically there would be an increase in interest income from that capital expense being deferred. Is that, I couldn't find that figure anywhere.
Through the chair, my apologies, Councillor Eden, can you just restate that for me?
So, the capital budget is being reduced by $23 million, largely because water and sewer projects are being realigned to IPART. Therefore, you've got more cash being held in the system. You've got a decrease in depreciation as a result of deferring capital, and therefore there should be some more interest income resulting from that. I couldn't find the interest income being reported anywhere.
Yes, that could be the case. It's probably a little bit more complex than that, and any interest would be restricted to the water and sewer fund because it would be water and sewer interest.
Yes.
Sorry, if I butt in, if you go to page 11 at the water and sewer fund, you can see the original budget for interest in water and sewer was 10,308 and the 2025 actuals is 12,392, so there is higher interest and it goes and gets allocated to the water and sewer accounts.
Okay, but then I go to page 37, I think it is, 38, and we've got a total increase in depreciation of 9.3 million, which kind of seems to work against the fact that you've got a decrease elsewhere. I think, sorry, that's probably in the Q1, but it all kind of comes together. Sorry, that is the Q1, so maybe I'll leave that to the Q1 report.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question. So the recommendation refers to urgent works at the Art House and urgent works at various other sites. I suppose my question is, how have, through you to the CEO, could somebody talk to that a little bit, and how have they become urgent? Why weren't these issues foreseen and addressed prior to this? Why have they become urgent, please?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Smith, we have been doing a review in our facilities and asset management area, and these things were something that should have been identified a little bit earlier, but have come in slightly late through some investigations through the fire panel, so that's through our consultant, and trying to get the existing air conditioning to operate appropriately, bringing back the original designers and going through that process, and that wasn't able to be pursued. And as indicated in the report, I think there are 5 compressors that are not quite working in that area, and it's still operating but just limping along.
So could I just ask a follow-up? Sorry, I've lost the microphone. But what has changed to ensure that we don't get into this situation again of having urgent matters that should have been foreseen, I presume? Like, what has changed in practice and procedures to ensure that doesn't happen again?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Smith, as I said, I'm currently reviewing the facilities and asset management area. I have a person acting in that role from another area overseeing some of those changes in that particular unit.
So could I, look, I appreciate the answer and I don't want to harp on it, but could there be some kind of report back to a relevant committee that just reassures councillors that that process question has been dealt with at some point? I suppose it's probably the Infrastructure and Finance Committee. Would that be the most appropriate one?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Smith, I'll look at what the appropriate area. It's probably likely the infrastructure.
Okay, I suspect just for the abundance of caution, I should put an amendment in the motion if the mover will agree, just a part 4 that a report come back to the relevant committee around, can I say improvements in process?
Yep.
Please.
Councillor
To
Wright.
ensure these matters are identified in a timely manner. Thank you.
You okay with the amendment? Yep. Yeah, Councillor Eaton.
Yeah, sorry, Mr Mayor, I have one more question. So on page 9, under operating expenditure variations, there's a 1.9 million favourable, which would imply to be a reduction in expenditure onto waste and resource recovery. So obviously from tip operations, and yet the waste levy has gone up by $1.5 million. And I can't quite see how they would correlate, although it may be a nomenclature issue in that maybe that's scrap metal or something which is kind of like an offset figure, and so it's actually an income figure even though it's under expenditure. Maybe they'll have to take that on notice and let me know about that one.
Through Mr. Chair to Councillor Eaton, it's actually the domestic waste. They're not the two related areas, two different cost centres. In relation to the domestic waste, that was a phasing difference in that it sometimes takes a while to check some of those invoices coming through from our green waste processing and also Cleanaway, our pickup. So that timing, because they are considerable payments and checks that we do, due diligence does sometimes take a little bit longer, and it doesn't get into that particular phased period. And you're right, in relation to the levy, there was less that went through, so therefore that's right, because we're sorry.
The income's up and the levy's up. We're on page 9.
Okay.
The levy, less money was spent.
It makes sense that if waste income is up, then the levy will be up. So your income will be up, and your expenditure on the levy will be up. They'll both be up. One will be positive, the income. So if we took an extra 100, yeah, positive, and the gap is yeah.
Councillor Neal.
Yes, just a question in relation to recommendation 3. I really am not clear on exactly what is being done there and also why it's being done. That's a question to, through you to the CEO or whoever he wishes to allocate that
so
to.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Neal, with our consultant that reviews our fire safety, etc., our electrical panels, our panels that are dealing with the fire safety aren't able to be replaced. They've reached the end of their useful life. So if they fail, they may not be compliant from a fire safety perspective. So if there's also any additional items that need to go onto that particular building in relation to fire safety, they can't be expanded. There's about 15 or so sites that have been identified, so that's being upgraded over the next two financial years.
They're for 2 separate years. I don't.
Right.
If they're urgent, why is it necessary to allocate something that's not going to take effect for another 18 months? It just seems somewhat. I understand that what you're saying is you haven't yet identified that there is a requirement to upgrade that, but there may be. But why is it necessary to allocate it now when we don't know whether or not there'll actually be that demand on the funds?
Well, we know that those are the locations that are not quite meeting the requirements from our fire consultant, and they're being done on a priority basis over those next 2 years.
I might just clarify again. One of the allocations is for 26-27, so it's not really a priority if it's that far away. It seems, what I'm saying is it seems premature to reallocate those funds now because it obviously isn't urgent because it's 18 months away.
For clarity, through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Neal, when we identify these things, it's normally goes into the quality adjustment where we also consider the 4 years, and it missed that cut-off time, and that's why it's been identified as part of the report.
I really don't follow what you just said at all, Director. Can you please elaborate on maybe?
So as part of a quarterly review process, we don't only deal with the current year with that particular item, we deal with that year and the subsequent 3 years. So you can see the full impact of what's being proposed.
I'm none the wiser. I mean, my understanding was generally the reallocations are all done at one time. Normally, I thought they were generally done in February, as I'm advised by the CEO for the reallocation of funds. Isn't that the case?
So, through you, Mr Mayor,
Sorry.
to Councillor Neal, that will be formalised in the Q2 process. You're right.
Okay, no further questions. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, all those in favour, unanimous. Thank you. That was 2.1 and 2.2. Next item, 3.1, Economic Development Committee reports and recommendations. Councillor McNamara.
Move the recommendation.
Seconder, Councillor Milland.
To make this quick, first of all, congratulations to the staff on 5 documents: the Economic Development Strategy, the Destination Management Plan, the Event Strategy, and also the Economic Development Strategy Action Plan and the Event Strategy Action Plan. Well done, and thanks very much, congratulations. So the main points to the motion is that these 5 documents are going to go out on public exhibition in the January-February timeframe. And for those that don't see the documents in this agenda, you will find the documents in the November Economic Development Committee under the Agenda tab. The other thing I wanted to point out is that the Mayor's message that's on page 4 of the Economic Development Strategy, if anyone wants a quick one-page summary of what all these documents are about, I would recommend you go and see read the Mayor's message on page 4 of the Economic Development Strategy. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question through you to the staff. I know Councillor McNamara mentioned January and February for the exhibition period. It's got 28 days up there. Is 28 days correct? And is there a reason why, because they're such lengthy documents, we would not extend that a little bit?
Through the chair, 28 days is around the average that we do put things out on consultation like this. There's been enormous consultation conducted to date, and during that 28-day period, there'll be a lot more activities as part of that consultation. So it's not like we're just putting them up on the internet, on the web. We're doing other consultation around that. So face-to-face consultation, a whole raft of other activities.
Okay, so apologies, this probably did get some discussion at the committee, but can you just remind me then when is that 28 days?
So the 28 days would start from the end of January, so around about the 28th or so of January, all the way through February.
All right, okay, thank you.
Councillor Neal.
Yes, I just wanted to also acknowledge the extensive work that was done by the Director and the staff in the section. There has been extensive workshopping, discussion, and I think we've had it back 3 times to the committee. So it has been considered, but I think the most important consideration is always the consideration that the community gives it. So I do, I'm glad to see that there will be, even though it's only 28 days, I'm sure many people interested in the area would already be aware of it, so could actually start looking at it now. So it really gives us a much greater period than the 28 days. And I urge the community to actually have a good look at that document and let us know, because we can always have it improved by community discussion and feedback.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. All those in favour?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, sorry. One further quick clarification, and it was stated at the committee, but I just wanted to confirm that there will be a text-only version put out on exhibition.
I'm sorry, would you mind repeating that? There'll be
In line with a previous resolution, with these documents, we resolved to also put out text-only or minimal graphics and, padding, for want of a better word. That will go out on exhibition at the same time?
That's correct.
Okay.
So in actual fact, the documents will be going up. If they're not already up there, they'll be going up in the next few days. So pre the consultation, they'll be available for people to review.
Thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item on agenda is 4.1, Operational Plan Review and Quarterly Budget Review Statement Q1 September 25 for adoption. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Happy to move the motion that's on the screen and also in the business paper, but did just wish to ask a few questions of the staff, as I know other councillors are keen to do. This question was also raised at the Governance and Finance Committee meeting, but I thought I might raise it again. One, to see if anything has changed in the convening period, but two, to see, just to make sure it's read publicly at the meeting, and in case anyone wants to discuss it further, just around the mowing targets, which I know the Director, I'm sure, knew I was going to ask, just for a bit of clarity around where we are at and some of the reasoning for that. Mowing, yes. So I think the report states that we only reached 77% of our mowing target, largely due to the fact that we had an issue in the fleet and an extended period of wet weather.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. Yes, that was a very good summary of the basics of why our mowing was behind target. The other matter was also that the way we prioritise mowing, and I would welcome the other director to step in wherever appropriate, but thank you to the unit manager for providing the information around how they prioritise mowing across sporting fields for safety reasons, parks and reserves for usage reasons, and therefore roadside vegetation is one of the lowest priorities. It's also the most time-consuming to complete and difficult and staff intensive, because it often requires road control and management, and it is therefore one of the least attractive parts of the role. So there's a lot of internal movement in the team moving into sports field management. But it is something that the unit manager is working on to alleviate. There has been some significant improvement in resourcing in the team, and also the plant and fleet team has been supporting them through the use of new equipment and ensuring that we have redundancy in our plant and fleet pools, so that should be alleviated moving forward. Have I covered everything?
I think Councillor Stanton seconded it, the motion. Councillor Smith.
Just a question, Mr Mayor, if I could. So just in the operational plan, just on page 108 of the attachment, the first item which says develop and deliver an annual major events program, and it's got the achievement is the citizenship ceremony with 380 attendees. Is that correct? Are we classifying that as a major event? And I'm fairly neutral on the answer. I just didn't know whether that was correct or not.
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay, all right. Another question. Sorry, sorry, I'll get there very quickly. I think there was mention of the preparation of the disaster resilience program, and it talked about community consultation was already underway. Is that correct? It's close to being completed?
Through Chair, Councillor, we're putting the draft resilience plan to ELT in the next couple of weeks, and then it will be going to the relevant committee to review. There has been consultation as part of the development of it, but we will be putting it on exhibition.
Okay, thank you. That might be enough for now. Thank you.
Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. Just a question about the quarterly budget review statement. With your consolidated year-to-date operating results, just wondering, is there a reason why we don't sort of put them against forecast budgets at all? Like, I know we talk about favourable items and things like that, but is there a reason why we don't do quarterly year-to-dates? Not that I could see anyway.
No, I'm sorry, could you restate that question?
Well, with your budget review, quarterly budget review statement, do you have year-to-date totals?
Yep.
You do? Okay. On a quarterly result, like July to September?
I think probably the most important understanding here is that these are templates that are mandated both by the OLG, so we just drop our figures into the mandated template. Councillors may note that this is a slightly different template, so the OLG have released a new template, and maybe that's potentially why it's a little bit more difficult to read. Unfortunately, we're unable to change that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No other questions. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 4.2, progress of sale of Gosford CBD sites in November 2025. Councillor McNamara.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move the recommendation and provide a clarification for everybody via the Mayor and the CEO. The Public Education Authority has approved the release of their name, and it is the University of Newcastle. People can stop wondering who it is now.
Yep, Councillor Moreland to second. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question. Look, I know we have been aware of this activity that was commenced under the Administrator. Have we had any detailed workshopping around this, or is it, I can't recall, and I'm happy to be corrected, but have we had any detailed briefings or workshopping on this through you to the CEO?
I don't think we've had anything specific on this. There's a standing resolution of council, and we've discussed it on a number of occasions, but not in a detailed or on a specific or targeted way that I can recall. Sorry, Mr. Nichols might have some.
If I can just add to that, councillors, you'll remember the site visit we had. So we took you around the site, and on the same day in September we provided a detailed briefing while the CEO was on leave. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. I was there, wasn't I? Okay, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I will say that I continue to have concerns about this. I would like an opportunity at some point for councillors to have a further discussion with staff about this. I welcome the interest of the educational facility, but I am concerned that the only option we are looking at is the sale of real estate that we own in the Gosford CBD, and as I've said before, we sell it and we will never get it back, never get back any real estate in that area. So I understand this has obviously progressed quite a bit, but can I just ask, Mr Mayor, through you to the CEO, have there been any other options in terms of a direct sale that have been entertained or considered or discussed, please?
I think the report's pretty clear that there's a standing resolution of council which hasn't been adjusted or moved that says that the asset go to public sale. There are some issues, some minor issues, because the matter was parcel was acquired, or parts of it were acquired under assumption, and so which slow down the execution of that going to public public offer. While we're dealing with that particular issue, we've received interest from a public organisation which allows us to deal with those directly. There are no doubt other private sector developers who would be interested in that site. It's staff's view that encouraging a significant driver of employment within the Gosford CBD will be beneficial for the whole coast in terms of developing Newcastle as a viable university city. Councillor Castles?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, to the CEO. We may not perhaps know this at the moment, or it may not be information that is available right now, but do we have any time frame about when we will be aware of how many of the properties that are listed here will be ones that the public education institution, which is of course being revealed tonight, so we can actually say University of Newcastle, when will we have an idea of exactly what it is that we're talking about here in terms of these properties?
We are hopeful of being able to present a report back to the December council meeting in more detail to make a firmer decision on this. This is really essentially giving your imprimatur to enter into negotiations. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I rise to speak against the resolution that's on the screen. It has been commonly accepted that this is the most strategic and important land in Gosford that the council owns. This is denuding the strategic capacity of both this organisation and the community. There is a view that is wide held in the community that this is a stake through the heart of the cultural precinct and that this is a stake through the heart of many things. There is a view that has been put to me that this is not planning which is done on a rational basis, but it's planning which is done on a political basis, and that's in order to further enhance the merger and to attempt to basically nullify any attempt to demerge from Gosford through removing the council from our strategic region, the strategic capital of our region. The Economic Development Committee in its prior form had lots of real-time economic data fed through the Commonwealth Bank and other sources that showed that the council administration building in Gosford was actually the thing that was keeping what little shops were left in Gosford going, because it was the council staff that worked in Gosford that were actually driving a lot of the local economic activity. The problems with Gosford have been that in the 80s and 90s, a lot of the employment was taken out of Gosford. Then it was buttressed somewhat through government employment, which has been further denuded in the area. There is no plan for high-quality, world-class jobs in Gosford, and we've just seen a decade and a half or more of simply more planning arrangements that have gone through with less developer contributions, focusing largely entirely on residential development and eschewing things like shop-top development and looking at the use of, industrial or offices, the industries of the future, robotics, computers, AI. There's some talk at the Economic Development Committee about a data centre, but then it doesn't make it into the economic development strategy. And Gosford, which is supposed to be our strategic region, we're pulling more jobs and more potential jobs out of the area. Whilst I see it as preferential to have Newcastle University or another higher education authority come into the area over private developers simply, motivated by greed rather than better planning or social outcomes for the community, I don't think the way this has been handled, both in the time of administration and subsequently, has been very well. That Gosford Council building had $5 million wasted on it, being spent on upgrading it in 2020 for it to sit derelict for 5 years, and then to have a homeless colony in there. That is not a good outcome for the community, and it's another example of how cash has just been burnt in this organisation, and planning solutions are not driven through rational evidence, they're not driven through thinking longitudinally, they're just driven through whatever's the get-rich-quick scheme at the time that someone's come into the area and said, let's go this way or another way. I'm also concerned about the impact of moving away from the Ourimbah area, if that is indeed the intention of the university, as it has been mooted in many forms and in many forums. Now, I'm not voting against this entirely based on my personal view, but I do think it is important in this chamber that whether they are minority views or which are a large minority or whether they are majority views, that they do get an airing. And the things that I've put to you in this speech, I understand will in all likelihood merely be ignored, but they are relevant and key points that have been raised by people across industries from planning to education to government and beyond. These are things that are going to have a long-term impact for our community. I also am not particularly keen on the perpetual move towards reclassifying community land to operational land. That was a problem for both of the former councils. It's a legacy issue, and I understand that some people see it as being preferential for it to be operational because it's easier to sell off. You don't have to consult with the community. But when it comes to consultation, when it comes to bottom-up planning and development, when it comes to inclusivity, not only of the community but of the elected body that is supposed to make these decisions, I do not believe that we have been involved in a pathway that has optimised this outcome. I believe the pathway has been suboptimal. The effect of the outcome, both short-term and long-term, is yet to be seen, but there are better ways to do things. An organisation of this size and of this scale should be doing things at best practice. We shouldn't be having secret meetings. We shouldn't be going off with these people. We shouldn't be, having these things come to us and people being surprised about it. And I appreciate that there was a resolution to have a site visit and a briefing, but obviously not everyone can attend these things. And not only that, a site visit or a briefing or a workshop on one thing is that in itself, but something of this scale and this magnitude should have been a key priority and a key focus of this organisation. Far too often we are getting distracted by side issues and we are getting distracted by people's personal pet interests rather than looking at things that are enhancing and strengthening both this organisation and our community and doing what is best for our local economy. And I have concerns over how this is going to pan out, and we'll see how that goes in the coming future.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I think I am very reluctantly speaking against this. I would be very enthusiastic about having the university in this location, but again, my concern is the sale of this land rather than looking at other arrangements that could benefit the council and our community in the long term. I certainly, when the CEO refers to the council resolved X, Y and Z, it's largely under administration. I acknowledge that there has been some motion since then, but this was initiated under administration without any proper consultation, without any proper scrutiny in terms of the benefit or the disadvantage to council. I would be very interested, however, I suspect staff will say they've gone too far down this path, to consider any arrangements where if the university was at a later stage to want to sell this land, that it would come back to council under some arrangement. I guess that's part of my concern, is that universities, as we know, not wheeling and dealing, they are dealing in property at different times. And so to sell what has been public land, and in some ways cherished public land because of its central role, to an organisation, again, that I would very much support being in Gosford, but they may well, in the near or distant future, just sell this land privately, is a lost opportunity for this council to be more strategic. I do also have concerns that I don't feel that councillors have sufficient knowledge about the current status of the con in relation to this. I don't know whether there's an issue there. I don't feel that we've been properly communicated that, and that may well be a conversation that would need to be commercial in confidence. I'm not sure, because I don't have any of that information in front of me. So as I said, I'm very reluctantly against the motion as it currently stands. I would love to see a better version of it, but I suspect I won't get any cooperation on that. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Castles.
Yeah, just quickly, just to clarify, have there been any explorations done into other options such as leasing or other alternatives? And if there have, what sort of have been the outcomes of those as to why that's not being pursued with any of these sites?
There's a standing resolution of council to sell the parcel, and we've followed that standing resolution of council to sell the parcel. You would have significant difficulty, given the level of investment that any party would make on those sites. It will any refitting of the admin building, because the intention is that it will need some significant work. The existing admin building, the intention is that it stays, but any other work will be, you know, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of development. A leasehold isn't going to work in terms of their financial viability of whatever they do.
Thank you.
Or a private sector organisation either.
Yep, thank you.
Councillor Daniels.
I just wanted to very briefly speak in favour of the motion. Having had a business in Gosford, I don't anymore, but we did see the change that not having the council chambers made to business. So the idea of an education facility coming back to Gosford, the economic boost that it would bring for our community, the bringing the youth back into a strip that we're trying to turn into an active space, I think is an amazing idea. I think it would be great for Gosford and the Central Coast as a whole. I have 2 children who go to university, and being able to have my kids on the coast would be phenomenal, rather than them trekking to Newcastle or Sydney. I think this could be a really great thing for the coast.
Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to speak for the motion, but I'm not going to. I'm going to speak against it. As somebody who was employed by the University of Newcastle for over 20 years, something I'm proud of, the organisation itself, I'd like to say that I'm convinced that the University of Newcastle coming into Gosford is all about educating our young and our mature age and so forth, but like every university in this country, they're not about education anymore, they're corporations, and certainly in my time many left their jobs that were people who were passionate about the education of our community, and I was very lucky to actually work not just at the Ourimbah campus, also the Callaghan campus, but very lucky to work during a time when the Ourimbah campus was quite new, was growing and developing, and was exciting in terms of the kinds of programs that were being developed and introduced into our community, and certainly had the privilege of working with many who had come from backgrounds that were educationally disadvantaged, and you know, what the university was offering them was a way out of all sorts of social disadvantage. I simply don't think that that's what universities are doing anymore. It's really very sad. So for me, while we are looking to sell this land, this public land, and publicly owned building in Gosford, to a public institution, which is actually a corporation, I think that the public just goes out the door. We lose that, and I find that really concerning. I wish it wasn't the case. I'm a passionate believer in public education, always have been, always will be. And I wish that the kind of principles and ideologies that support public education are what is going to be moving into Gosford, but I don't believe that. And so losing this piece of really prime, publicly owned land in Gosford, you know, to any organisation actually, is something that I can't support.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. No other Councillor McNamara.
Yeah, right, a reply. Just very, very quickly, I look forward to the last point, which is a further report back on the 9th of December. That will be very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Reaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. The motion is carried. Thank you. Can somebody, one of the staff, grab Councillor Neil? Next item agenda is item 4.3, proposed additional ordinary council meeting dates. Oh, yes, just
Yeah, I'll wait.
procedural, just do a procedural motion, kind of a seconder to extend the meeting. The council extend the ordinary meeting of council by 30 minutes in accordance with the adopted code of meeting practice. Councillor Reaton, thank you. Yeah, all those in favour?
That's just, no, it's just extension of time.
No, it's just the extension for half an hour. Councillor Neil, are you in favour of extending the council meeting by 30 minutes? Can you extend the council meeting by 30? Yeah, unanimous, thank you. Next item agenda is Council Eaton's proposed additional ordinary council meeting date.
Yes, I'll move the recommendation, but with the meeting on the 27th of January.
Have we got a seconder for that? Councillor McNamara.
Amendment that the next meeting of the council be the 30th of December in place of the January meeting. No, it's point of order. A direct negative would be to say that there be no meeting. The opposite. A different date is a variation. It's not the opposite. It's open if it's open. If we're here, it's open. 30th of December. The advantage of the 30th of December, of course, is that both staff and councillors can attend by video rather than attend in person. No. Though in January, everyone must attend in person due to the changes of the meeting procedure.
The unfortunate situation is we won't have the significant reports ready by that date. Results of community consultation for the SV and the tender assessment. About 16th of January is about the last, our drop dead date in terms of having those significant reports ready. So you could resolve it, but we wouldn't have any business for you.
In relation to the tender, I did want to ask you a question, through you, Mr. Mayor. Is the tender less than 10 million? Because if so, that you have the... No, it's more.
The tender will be in the tens of millions.
Okay.
Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, can I suggest that we resolve that this be an extraordinary meeting so that we identify the two items to be debated at that meeting? I just think that that would perhaps be fairer to those councillors who are perhaps on leave, that this is not doesn't end, and to the staff, quite frankly, that it doesn't end up as a full-blown meeting with a lengthy agenda, that if we do need to have this meeting, that it's defined now as an extraordinary meeting with I think it was 2 items that need to be considered, is that correct? Or 3?
There was potentially the CMP, but we're not sure at this stage. But there, no doubt we would, if it was an ordinary meeting, we would have some other items on the agenda for efficiency's sake. But that's a decision of the council. If they wanted to be an extraordinary meeting, then you would need to specify the items.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're putting no other discussion. 27th of January. All those in favour?
There's 3 different dates.
Councillor Neil, have you got a seconder for your amendment?
Okay.
Understanding that we won't have any reports on the
I suspect it's something to do with Christmas, but I accept that it's not really worthwhile having a meeting if there's no business. So I'll withdraw my amendment.
Thank you. All those in favour?
That's of the 27th
27th of January.
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 Yeah. Can we? So it just should say the 27th of January.
Yeah. Yeah, just take the other dates out. All those in favour? 27th, yeah. Unanimous, thank you. Item 4.4, Umina Beach Public Toilet for endorsement. Councillor
I would
Stanton.
like to move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. We get a second of Councillor Eaton.
They're a bit slow.
Councillor Stanton and second of Councillor Eaton. Yeah, you can still speak to it. Councillor Stanton. Speak. Councillor Stanton, I'll come back to you.
This is a motion that was originally my notice of motion at the previous meeting. It's a report that's come back from the director in relation to this, and I was the person who indicated that I wanted to discuss it. It's highly improper of the two councillors who've hijacked it in order to undermine what I'm trying to achieve for the community, and I suggest that they withdraw so I can deal with it in the appropriate way as the community in the peninsula desires.
I'll ask if they'll stand down or you continue.
I'm happy to hear if there is a particular variation that you'd like incorporated. Otherwise, feel free to propose an amendment, but I think I'm happy with proposing the staff recommendation for now.
Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Neil. Councillor Stanton, you want to speak
Just like to quickly note on this that I think it's great that the staff have had a review and are able to move up the public toilet strategy by 6 months, which allows all of the public toilets to be moved up. That was it's a big program, and coming out of the council resolutions unexpectedly with the removal of Kibble Park public toilet, I think this is a great outcome for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Neil.
Yeah, yes, I'd like to speak. The report that's here before us in no way actually satisfies the notice of motion that was resolved. Therefore, it becomes the resolution of the council. And I'm quite concerned that there seems to be a lack of understanding of what the original motion was and how this report does not coincide with it. What I'm amending, adding items 3 and 4, I would have moved as part of the motion, which was my matter. Firstly, that a plan and a construction plan and financial plan for the construction of the toilets adjacent to the Miners Surf Club as set out in Resolution 794/25 be provided to the December meeting. And secondly, an additional 4, that the required funding allocation for the construction of this toilet and disabled change room. And I say that knowing that the original design that was adopted in the toilet strategy did include a change room for people with a disability, be considered at the budget review early in 2026. I did discuss this matter with the director earlier today, and his main concern was that there is no direct allocation of funds for this toilet. Bearing that in mind, I did not intend to move that we proceed at this stage, but to have that considered along with a range of other matters, as I understand from the CEO in February 2026 for the reallocation of funds. But it's extremely important that we actually have the information available to us so we can make a cogent decision at that time about the funding of this toilet. I am advised by the director that his rule of thumb in relation to this toilet, it will cost approximately $650,000. But I think if we're going to be making a decision as to the budget, we need to know exactly and finally and formally. So that being the case, I move those two amendments as I've outlined. So would you like me, for civic support, would you like me to repeat the amendments? Okay, got it. Now, the three is that a financial plan for the construction of toilets in 26-27. Let me say that again. That a financial plan for the construction of the toilets to be designed in 25-26 and constructed in 26-27, adjacent to the Year Minor Surf Club pursuant to Resolution 794/25, be provided at the December 25 meeting of the Council. And 4, that the required funding allocation for the construction of this toilet and disabled change rooms be considered at the budget review early in 2026. So the design is 25-26 and the construction is 26-27.
Are you moving that as an amendment?
Yes.
Seconded by Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, could I just ask some questions about this if Councillor Neal is finished? Look, it was quite disappointing to read this report that in spite of the council resolution, staff felt that they could only bring it forward 6 months, and that meant, I think, 2030 is still the time frame. Is that right, through you to the Director? So still 5 years away. I was disappointed that the report really seemed to want to push back against councillors when I thought there was a strong case made for this matter at the previous meeting. I understand that staff put a lot of work into the toilet strategy. I understand there was a lot of consultation, but I didn't get the sense that it adequately took into consideration the disability issue or the disability need down at U Minor. I'm happy to, through you, Mr Mayor, to get a comment from the Director whether staff felt that that was adequately accommodated for within the strategy, or was that new information when the Disability Surfer group requested some consideration? Could I ask that through you to the Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Smith. Part of the strategy did consider the site in relation to disabled toilets, and the current facility there does have a disabled toilet. I think what you're talking about is some sort of lifting device which could potentially be utilised in other locations. But the disability matrix in the assessment in the toilet strategy is included, and that's why it's weighted where it is.
Okay, I guess what I was more talking about was the perhaps above average usage by an organisation that does pretty amazing work in our community with people with needs by providing those opportunities, and is struggling to accommodate that activity because of the inadequacy of those toilets. And I'd have to say I was pretty disappointed that there was not more support to assist in any way that we could such a renowned and well-respected activity down at U Minor. So I would like to, I do support Councillor Neal's amendment that I hope will look for opportunities that they don't have to wait 5 years to get the consideration that I think this council should provide to them. Can I just ask through you, Mr Mayor, to the Director, what's the ballpark figure of this project, this toilet?
in our forward plan, we've identified $660,000.
How much?
$660,000.
Okay, so we're not talking 10 million, we're not talking 5 million, we're talking $660,000. Okay. So, as I said, disappointing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to actually speak in favour of my amendment, but previously I just gave the wording. Before I do that, do either the mover or the seconder wish to speak? If not, I'll proceed. It is a matter of some importance to the community. It's not only the disabled surfers who are strongly in favour of this rebuilding of this toilet, but also the community at large, in particular the Umina community group spoke to me at length about this particular issue, and it is extremely high priority, bearing in mind the extensive usage of this facility, not only by locals, but also by tourists visiting the area. As you might be aware, it's just near the Umina recreational area, which is extensively used, as I said, by both locals and tourists. The disability issue that's particularly relevant here is the disabled surfers. They're quite an active group, but of course, for people with a disability, surfing is quite demanding and quite difficult, particularly the preparation. And what they need in particular is not just disabled toilets, but actually a change room that's suitable for people with a disability, and that's not a sort of pulley system as the director seems to understand, but it's actually just a plinth, essentially a very strong, stable table, which the change can take place for the disabled surfers in preparation for entering the sea. So presently that facility isn't available at Umina, or anywhere else that I'm aware of in the vicinity. So it's quite important for that particular group. In fact, because those facilities aren't available at the moment, what they have to do each time they have an event is that they have to set up a marquee and set up their own table within the tent, which obviously is quite difficult, expensive, complicated, and obviously can be somewhat embarrassing for the people participating that they have to go to those lengths to get changed. So this isn't something that is remedied by any other facility nearby, but it can be facilitated by this decision, and I feel that it really would not be reasonable to expect the community generally, but also in particular the people with a disability community to wait that period. And I urge the council to support this proposition, that we proceed with this first stage towards finalising a renewal of that toilet by the 26-27 year after design done in the previous year.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil, Councillor Mont, Councillor Smith. Against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor McNamara, Councillor Wright, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Eaton. Abstained. Councillor Daniels, Councillor Mooland. Yeah, so the amendment is lost. All those in favour of the motion? Yeah, we had 2 abstained. Yeah. All right. All those just for this. All those against was. Yeah. All those against. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 2 abstained, which is a vote for no. Yeah. So the original motion, Councillor Eaton's motion, all those in favour?
Wait, can I have my...
Sorry, Councillor Stanton.
Just before we vote, I'd just like to say in my right of reply that this is not personal to a specific area, a specific facility. I feel for all the facilities and all the people that require change rooms and disability access and public toilets around the entire Central Coast. There was a large consultation that was conducted on the public toilet strategy. It was conducted across the entire Central Coast. Councillors had an opportunity, if not twice or three times, to actually provide input into the public toilet strategy. It was on public exhibition. It was then amended post-exhibition. Councillors had every opportunity through this council, through the Infrastructure and Assets Committee, to actually respond and to make changes. And I think that this strategy has started its rollout, and I'm confident in the process that the staff have followed.
Thank you. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, and Councillor Lamont and Councillor Smith have abstained, which is against, and Councillor Neil is absent from the room. So the motion is carried. Next item on agenda 4.6, terms of reference, CEO's performance review panel.
Mr Mayor,
Councillor Millen.
I'm happy to move the staff recommendation with a small variation. I'd like to see a part 3, please, that the review panel's feedback provided to date is circulated to all councillors for their consideration.
Second by Councillor Eaton.
Right. Mr Mayor, during the confidential session of council on the 23rd of September 2025, councillors were clear they had many concerns with the terms of reference of the review panel and their interaction with the review panel during the review period. Feedback from the panel to date seeks to address these issues, and additional feedback from all councillors is critical to ensure an enhanced review process moving forward. I urge all councillors to support this variation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am disappointed that there wasn't more consultation on this. One particular item in the document, the terms of reference, and I don't think this is an overly onerous thing, is one of the concerns a number of councillors raised is that feedback was via the mayor rather than the independent facilitator. So I wonder if the mover would entertain amending the terms of reference to ensure that feedback was via the independent facilitator rather than directly to the mayor. Is anybody listening? Anybody home? That the terms of reference be amended so that feedback is via the independent facilitator rather than directly to the mayor. Do we need to check across the chamber? What do you think?
No.
Can I just ask
Councillor
him,
Smith, can you
see
put
what
your,
he thinks?
Councillor Smith, can you put your buzzer off?
Sure.
Councillor Millen was...
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I must be looking at old report, I believe, and old recommendation. The recommendation in the report I've got in front of me, and it's the same with my colleague next to me, is Part 1, request that the Chief Executive Officer Review Panel develop a term of reference for the review panel process, and this be brought back to the November 2025 Ordinary Council meeting. And request that the review panel works with interested councillors to consider additional ways to improve the process and good governance. Have I misread this? Well, I'm confused.
You've got those two. Yeah.
Councillor Castles, can you put your buzzer on?
Oh, okay.
My apologies, Mr Mayor, I've misread the recommendation, so I'll withdraw my previous comments. Yeah. Well, being the original mover, I'm happy to recommend that it's deferred to the next council meeting in December.
Yep. Second it. Okay, all those in favour of this being put off to Councillor Castles, you just about threw your arm off there. Unanimous. Thank you. Next item is 4.9, active council resolutions. Councillor Smith.
Sorry, I didn't mean to have my light on, but now that I have, I will. Can I just ask a question through you to the CEO? There is an action there about the heritage workshop that was held, and I was just wondering when the outcomes of that workshop and the formation of that advisory panel was likely to be happening. Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we've got a report going up to the December Environmental Planning Committee, so there's a series of reports.
I'll move the recommendation, Mr Mayor. I did have a question, but I'll go through.
Have a second that. Councillor McNamara. Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 5.1, notice of motion, accessible ocean pool. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to thank staff for the response through the CEO for the papers. I also want to acknowledge and even commend the work that is being done by our council in terms of disability access and supporting those in the disability community, except maybe down at your minor with a toilet. I want to kind of be specific about this because I appreciate the information that's come from staff regarding this motion. I do want to acknowledge that I bring this motion essentially on behalf of many in the disability community who I've spoken with. I myself have spent quite a bit of time going, purveying most of our beaches. It is actually coincidental that it happens to be my favourite beach that I'm bringing this motion about, and it's even a coincidence that it's in my ward. So I acknowledge the information. I think that it's important for us to recognise that while we do have a range of pools and we do have a strategy that we're investigating in terms of improving accessibility, you know, the situation for those with disabilities, obviously very particularly mobility challenges and physical disabilities, here on the coast, to enjoy ocean swimming is incredibly limited, and they really are quite disadvantaged. So what I'm asking for here is a report to particularly examine Avoca Beach and the rock pool area. I appreciate that it's not necessarily very straightforward. I actually, and the community, the disability community that I've been having consultations with, not, and I have looked at the Port Macquarie, Oxley Beach option. This is not what this community is looking for. They are not looking for some huge concrete structure that looks much the same as other ocean baths and this sort of thing. We are looking for an assessment of a reimagining of the Avoca Beach rock pool area and amendments to accessibility to Avoca Beach rock pool area. So it's already a beach that does have quite good access. It certainly has nice close-by parking. The motion is looking to improve the number of disability parking options for people at Avoca Beach, and I just am hoping that councillors will support this on behalf of those in the community who love ocean swimming and love, you know, the time that they can have on the beach, and to feel more integrated and more included in the general the general community as well, of course, because supporting those with disabilities to be included in all aspects of life literally is just about embracing all of our community together. So thank you.
Just before Councillor Castle's...
Yes, I'm happy to second Councillor Walsh's motion. I don't need to speak to it. I think she's summed it all up. Thank you.
All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. I'll just do a procedural motion, kind of a procedural motion to extend the council meeting for another 30 minutes accordance to with the adopted code of conduct. Councillor Reaton, second by Councillor Wright. All those in favour? Councillor Neil, are you in favour? Yes. Unanimous, thank you. Next item, there's a motion that iconic former Gosford Library building status. Councillor Castles.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move this motion. As we know, it's been, I think it was August, where we actually unanimously supported the retention of the retention of the building and various things that were connected to that, such as heritage listing, etc. My rationale for putting this motion forward tonight is that I believe it's time to actually, you know, see what those next steps are, see what progress has been made. I am fully aware that it is a complex matter, that several directorates are involved in various aspects of it, and I'm also aware that there has been, you know, quite a bit of progress made in, you know, moving forward with this. So I must say that I'm looking forward to actually, I think we have a library review panel meeting on the 4th of December. I don't know if we have a time for that yet, but I think we'll get some more details there, and I believe we will be able to then have the minutes of that meeting more than likely come along to the next council meeting, or at least a report. So I just move this motion in the interest of transparency for the community, and so that it's clear to everybody that certainly neither the councillors nor the staff obviously have sort of dropped the ball on this and forgotten that it's sort of there, because obviously a lot of work goes on behind the scenes, and I thank the staff for that. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Can I have a second?
Okay.
Councillor Smith. Any other discussion? No. All those in favour? Well, we've got, I'll need to go through them. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, and Councillor Stanton's out of the room at the moment. Thank you. Item 5.4, notice of motion, pollution and health risk for ice dams.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will move that motion, if I have a seconder.
Have a second, Councillor McGregor.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy not to speak to it if there's no opposition. Is there any opposition? I will just correct a typo in it, if I may, sorry, but then I'm happy for it to just go to the vote. Just in that brackets where it says both and informal, it should say both formal and informal, so sorry about that. But yeah, I'll move that way. Thank you. Happy to speak to it when the report comes back.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. All those in favour? Councillor Millen, are you in favour? Unanimous apart from Councillor Stanton still out the room. So no vote from Councillor Stanton. So the motion's carried. Thank you. I now declare the meeting closed at 10:32. Thank you. We only needed 2 minutes.